Here's what's happening right now, folks. The AutoTrader 247 has just transitioned to a powerful trend down regime, as confirmed by our event, Regime Change Trend Down. The EA closed a buy position at an entry price of 48.2506 and is now scanning aggressively for bearish opportunities. With a robust 100% confidence rating in this regime and a clear break of structure to the downside, we're perfectly poised to hunt for optimal entries in discounted zones. This sell-focused market alignment is precisely where AutoTrader 247 excels, looking to leverage those smart money concepts and liquidity sweeps autonomously. Remember, the system is in live demo testing. Traders should always use proper risk management and verify setups with price action. What are your thoughts on this bearish shift? Any questions about how AutoTrader 247 interprets market conditions? Let's keep the conversation going. Here's what's happening, folks. We're deep in a trend down regime on XAUUSD, and the system just closed a buy position with our entry at 48.2506, reflecting the bearish market sentiment. Our structure is showing a break of structure, BOS, to the downside, confirming that the bears are marching strong. With 100% confidence in this analysis, we're currently in a scanning mode, hunting for optimal sell entries as the market pulls into discount zones. The EA is methodically evaluating the landscape for the next tactical play. Remember, the current EA version is version 1, and it's in live demo testing for enhanced performance accuracy. Always exercise proper risk management when trading, and ensure you verify with price action before executing any trades. Now let's keep the energy flowing. What do you guys think of this bearish setup unfolding? Have you spotted any key zones you're excited about? Drop your thoughts and questions in the chat. Let's keep learning and watching AutoTrader 247 in action. Alright traders, here's what's happening live. AutoTrader 247 just locked its eyes on a potential selling opportunity. We're currently diving into a trend down regime on XAUUSD with a solid break of structure BOS to the downside, corroborated by a bulletproof 100% confidence level. Let me break this down for you. Our system just spotted an area of interest, pinpointing a potential sell entry at 4819.84. It's looking to capitalize with a stop loss sitting at 4826.76, ensuring we're protected, while gunning for that first target at 4812.92. Although the last trade is yet to execute, it underscores the precision and agility of AutoTrader 247 in actively scanning the market for robust setups. This is a fantastic example of smart money concepts in action, and we're just scanning for the opportune moment. Remember, we're in version 1 of the demo. Always verify with price action and control your risks. How do you feel about the setup? Any questions about the methodology? I'm here to help explain the system's move. Let's keep this energy going. Here's what's happening, folks. Our AutoTrader 247 is in active scanning mode within a trend down regime on XAUUSD, and the confidence level is a solid 100%. Now, even though we have an order block entry idea at 48.9.84, the EA hasn't pulled the trigger just yet. It's patiently waiting for market logic confirmation before executing, and that kind of discipline is what catches those precision entries. Remember, the system's not just looking for any dip, it seeks existing structural weaknesses with a critical change of character, indicating a potential bullish shift to watch. Keep in mind, our potential stop loss is marked at 4826.76, with the first target down at 4812.92, keeping all three take profits on cue for when it does engage. What do you guys think about patience in trading? Remember, this EA version is in live demo testing. Trade smart, use risk management, and validate with price action. Drop your thoughts in the chat. Stay tuned for more insights. Alright traders, let's dive into the action. Our state-of-the-art AutoTrader 247 just detected a regime change to a trend up. However, intriguingly, we see a bear choke structure, hinting at a potential shift in momentum. What's fascinating here is the EA's calculated logic. Even amidst a bullish regime, it's eyeing a strategic sell setup, spotlighting entry at $48.84, stop loss at 4826.76, and a precise take profit at 4812.92. This represents smart money concepts at its finest, capitalizing on potential reversals or corrections within broader trends. However, keep in mind, this setup is in live demo testing, currently version 1, so practice strong risk management and cross-verify with price action. What do you guys think? Have you noticed how smart money players move against the trend sometimes? Drop your thoughts or questions in the chat. Stay tuned for more. AutoTrader 247 is constantly adapting and analyzing for your trading edge. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the live stream of AutoTrader 247. Here's what's happening right now. We're operating in a down regime with a strong market structure confirmed by a change of character, or CCH, in a bearish direction. The system is currently scanning for opportunities as our order block sensors are hard at work. The last trade signal event was a no-trade moment, still building confidence as conditions evolve. However, the latest detection was a sell configuration with a potential entry at 489.84, stop loss pegged at 4820.76, and a take profit target at 4812.92. Now, this kind of meticulous setup is why traders trust smart money concept strategies. Remember, AutoTrader 247 relies on discipline rather than emotion, ensuring intelligent risk management. This means that our current EA version is version 1, and it is in live demo testing for better performance. If you're considering following along, verify with price action first. So what do you all think of this bearish narrative? Share your thoughts in the chat, and don't forget to fire away any questions you might have about the EA. Remember, we're all here to learn, and I'm excited to keep sharing insights with you. Here's what's happening on the AutoTrader 247 front. We just experienced an exciting regime change trend up event in XAUUSD. What does that mean? The EA detected a regime shift, now locked onto a trend up scenario. Interestingly, the current structure reveals a change of character shock in a bearish formation, providing a dynamic contrast to the newly minted trend. Our telemetry shows a reason for potential selling activity with a suggested entry at 489.84, stop loss at 4826.76, and a target TP1 set at 4812.92. However, let me emphasize, the system is in a scanning state and hasn't executed this trade. We're merely sharing insights on the EA's thought process as it waits for market logic confirmation. Our confidence level here is gleaming at a solid 100. Remember, this is live demo testing. The current EA version is version 1, still under stringent real-time evaluation. If you're considering any moves, ensure you're trading with proper risk management, stepping beyond emotion, and double-checking with price action. What do you all think about this potential setup? Any predictions on the next move? Keep those questions coming. It's your engagement that fuels these discussions. Here's what's happening, folks. We're in a trend down regime, and as expected, AutoTrader 247 is showing us its impeccable ability to navigate the markets. We're witnessing a change of character in a bear structure. This is where smart money starts revealing its hand. Now, while no new trades have been initiated just yet, we've got our eyes peeled on the sell setup that just came up on our telemetry. The proposed entry is at 4819.84, with a stop loss at 4826.76 and a take profit set ambitiously at 4812.92. We're scanning for a discount zone retracement to potentially maximize this bearish move. Remember, this is all about decoding market intent, not making impulsive decisions. The machine is properly tuned and ready. Confidence is at a full 100. Let's watch closely as the market logic aligns with our thesis. Have you guys been using smart money concepts in your own strategies? Drop your thoughts in the chat. Quick reminder, we're running with version 1 on demo testing. Always use proper risk management and complement every signal with your own due diligence. Keep the energy up. All right, traders, here's what's happening. AutoTrader 247 is in full swing, scanning the XAUUSD market during a clear trend down regime. The system confidently waits for a market engine logic to lead a potential entry. Heads up, last read indicated a bearish change of character, gearing us up for possible sell pressure. Despite our AI's confidence reading at 100, the last trade is not yet triggered. The logic anticipates a sell setup with an entry price at 4819.84, tight stop loss at 4826.76, and the take profit target sitting at 4812.92. This anticipation keeps us on the edge of strategic precision, folks. Current metrics are quiet, but don't let that fool you. The EA's gate is very much active. Remember, the current EA version is version 1, and it is in live demo testing for better performance. If you copy trade signals, always apply solid risk management, trade with discipline, and validate with price action before pulling the trigger. Traders, what are your questions or thoughts on this strategic wait-and-see game? Let's hear your thoughts on this sell setup. Keep your eyes peeled. The system always aims for powerful precision. Here's what's happening, folks. The system is in a robust trend-down regime, locking in on potential movements that push us downward. Right now, the structure is a confirmed change of character from bullish signs. Remember, that's a pivotal point where the big players show their cards. Our last detected logic was a sell setup with an entry brewing at 4819.84, a safety net stop loss at 4826.76, and aiming for the first take profit at 4812.92. Although this trade hasn't been activated, it's a reminder of how the EA tirelessly sifts through data, ready to exploit discounted retracements for an optimal entry. Exciting stuff. What do you think about these dynamics in a trend-down scenario? Share your questions or insights. And remember, current EA version is version 1. Live demo testing is ongoing, so always make sure you use proper risk management and consult your own analysis. Keep your eyes on the system. It's here to give you an edge. All right, traders, exciting times ahead. Right now, AutoTrader 247 is laser focused with a confident setup of 100% scanning for new opportunities in gold, XAUUSD. Our EA just fired an internal event with sell logic at entry, 48.9.84, SL 48.2676, and TP 48.12.92, despite the trend up regime and bullish boss structure. Think of this like a game of chess. Even when the trend heads north, a high conviction play can temporarily seek downside liquidity. We are in active scan mode, looking for that sweet spot, potentially a retracement or order block opportunity for buyers. Our AI is consistently testing market logic. Every event gives us valuable insights. Remember, this is live, folks. The demo is in action, reinforcing strategies. So what are your thoughts on operating within this regime with a seller's gaze? How about that confidence level? Let's hear your questions and thoughts. Hey, at XAUUSD247, great to have you on the stream. Let's dive into what's happening. The current regime showed trend up, but the EA looks for high probability scenarios where the structure shifts might create short-term opportunities, as we see a bullish break of structure, BOS. The EA had executed a sell based on specific market signals, entering at 48.9.84, with a stop loss at 48.2676 and a take profit at 48.12.92. The system focuses on exploiting these nuances in market logic, even if the primary trend is up. Remember, the current EA version is in live demo testing to refine its performance. Any thoughts on how structure can signal such trades? Let me know what you think in the chat. Hello at XAUUSD247, great question. Let's break it down. Our telemetry data is currently showing a trend up regime with a bullish break of structure, BOS indicated, which gives us a solid 100% confidence reading in this environment. However, our last trade was a sell at an entry of 48.9.84, stop loss at 48.2676, and target at 48.12.92. It's crucial to understand that while confidence metrics are high, the EA is always scanning and adapting to market dynamics. Remember, the current EA version is in live demo testing, so always trade with discipline, proper risk management, and verify with price action. I'm curious, what's your take on aligning with trend or counter-trend setups in these regimes? Drop your thoughts in the chat. Here's what's happening, folks. As we dive into the heart of the market, AutoTrader 247 has just closed a sell position at an entry level of 4819.84. We're surfing a trend-down regime right now, which indicates a bearish trend and a prime opportunity for strategic entries that align with the bigger picture. The structure is signaling a break of structure bull at the moment, meaning we're seeing some bullish retracement, a classic setup for seeking discount zone retracements before lining up for more sell entries. This setup is actively scanning right now with a solid 100% confidence score. While waiting for the market logic to crystallize, the EA is poised and ready to execute once a clear opportunity matches our smart money concepts. Remember, we're in live demo testing with version 1 of the EA. If you're considering taking action, always use proper risk management and confirm with price action. What do you think about the current flow? Any questions or thoughts on the setup? Stay tuned and let's keep this energy going. Alright traders, here's what's happening with AutoTrader 247 right now. We've just wrapped up on a sell position, closed at an entry of 48,119.84. Remember, even in a trend-up regime like we're currently navigating, closing out that sell position aligns us well with the market's bullish progression. The structure is a solid break of structure, BOS bull, with our confidence metric maxed out at 100, a sure sign this trend is sturdy. Currently, no active positions have been initiated yet. The EA is scanning for prime opportunities as the gate sits in an active status. This means it's strategically poised, ready to capitalize on any hiccups the market might present. Remember, while the EA is remarkable at reading smart money concepts, discipline and risk management on your part are key. How do you all feel about trading in a trend-up regime? Any insights into managing risk when it's all bullish? Hit me with your thoughts or drop your questions in the chat. As always, the EA version is still in its live demo testing. Use this knowledge wisely. Here's what's happening right now, folks. AutoTrader 247 detected a range regime on XAUUSD, which typically means the market is oscillating between key levels without a clear directional push. Our telemetry shows we have a bullish break of structure, suggesting the bulls have stepped in and pushed beyond recent highs, yet the overall trend remains indecisive. The system has just closed a sell position originally entered at 4819.84 as it no longer fit our strategy given the current range-bound environment. With a 100% confidence setup, the EA is actively scanning for any emergent opportunities. We're sitting tight while waiting for the market logic to present a compelling entry signal. This demo version is laying the groundwork to refine our strategies. Remember, always pair any insights you glean here with strong risk management and your study of the charts. What are your thoughts on tackling ranging markets? Drop your questions or insights in the chat. The more we exchange ideas, the sharper we get. Here's what's happening, folks. The system just closed a sell position at an entry price of $4,819.84. In this exciting trend-up regime, we're scanning for bullish opportunities as the gate is now active. Remember, we're in a BOS, break of structure, bull pattern with 100% confidence right now. Let me break this down. The EA is patiently waiting for market logic to guide its next move as we stay aligned with the overarching bullish structure. While no new position has been opened, this means our smart algorithms are diligently preparing to capitalize on potential bullish setups. This is a perfect chance for you to learn how we operate in a trend-up environment. What scenarios would you consider if you saw this setup? Drop your comments below and let's see what you have in mind. And always remember, the current EA version is version 1, and it is in live demo testing for better performance. If you copy trade on signals, make sure you trade with proper risk management, use discipline over emotion, and verify with price action before entering a trade. Keep those questions coming. I love to see your engagement. Alright folks, here's what's happening right now with AutoTrader 247. The system just closed a sell position right at 48.1984, and we're stepping into a trend-up regime, looking bullish across the board with a structure supporting a break of structure BOS move on the bull side. Our telemetry shows confidence pinned at 100%, which is substantial as we scan the horizon for optimal entry points. We've got the gates active but no open positions yet, meaning the EA is playing it smart and cautious as it assesses potential long entries. Remember, while we're in this scanning phase, the key is patience. We've got the structure in our favor, and we're aligning for potentially lucrative moves. This is where you pencil down notes and learn how strategy and discipline go hand in hand, crucial for anyone following the market's ebb and flow. As always, the current EA version is version 1, and it is in live demo testing for better performance. If you're considering any mimic moves based on this, make sure you're equipped with proper risk management and always verify with your own price action analyses. Got any questions about the setup or the way we hunt these prime trades? Drop them in the chat. Stay tuned for more market action right here. Alright folks, here's what's happening. The system just closed a sell position at an entry price of $48.84. We're riding a strong trend down rail with a current structure that's all about confirmed change of character in the bear's favor. That's 100% confidence backing this move, which is phenomenal. Remember, we're still scanning for that perfect setup. The market gate is active, signaling opportunities for potential retracements to discount zones before diving back into the sell action. Don't forget, this is live demo testing of version 1. Always use risk management and verify with price action. What do you guys think about catching the next retracement? Drop your thoughts in the chat and keep the questions coming. Here's what's happening, folks. We just witnessed the EA detect a pivot from a trend down to a trend up, while our earlier sell position closed at an entry level of 4819.84. This is a critical juncture as the market could be setting the stage for a directional shift. It's important to understand that even if a trend down regime was dominant, our smart algos always stay nimble and ready to switch gears. This adaptable approach helps us stay ahead of the curve. The EA is now in a scanning mode with a break of structure confirmed on the bearish side, poised to capitalize on any developing opportunities. We're eagerly monitoring how the market logic unfolds. Currently, we're seeing a resolution from possible capturing of liquidity and a potential buildup for the next wave. Remember, the current EA version is version 1, and it is in live demo testing for better performance. Always prioritize proper risk management and confirm with price action. What do you guys think of this regime change? Drop your thoughts and questions in the chat. Let's keep the energy high and the learning flowing. All right, traders, here's what's happening. The system just closed out a sell position that was picked off an entry around 48.9.84 in the midst of this trend down regime. It's crucial to highlight that our current structure is showing a break of structure bearish signal, translating to supreme confidence levels pegged at 100%. Now, while we're in a scanning setup, the gate status remains active and eagerly ready to pounce on the next opportunity. Remember, the beauty of AutoTrader 247 is its ability to wait patiently for those premium setups characterized by smart money concepts. The current EA version is version 1, and it is in live demo testing for better performance. If you copy trade on signals, ensure you always trade with proper risk management, apply discipline over emotion, and verify with price action before making any moves. With the market waiting to reveal its next card, what do you guys predict will happen next? Drop your insights in the chat. All right, traders, we've got an exciting moment here with AutoTrader 247, as it has just wrapped up a sell position initiated at 48.9.84. Here's what's happening. We're in a trend up regime, but notice we're sitting on a structure that just experienced a bearish break of structure, BOS. The system currently has the gate status set to active, which means it's poised and ready, scanning for setups. The confidence level is at a solid 100, indicating a strong alignment in our algorithmic modeling. While the AI is quietly waiting for market logic, this sets an intriguing stage for potential market opportunities. Remember, the current EA version is version 1, and it is in live demo testing for better performance. So make sure you trade with proper risk management, use discipline over emotion, and always verify with price action before entering a trade. Curious to know what you think about this potential pivot in the market? Drop your thoughts in the chat. Here's what's happening right now, traders. Our EA just wrapped up a sell position at the entry point of 4819.84 under a solid trend down regime. The confidence level sits firmly at 100%, affirming our breakdown of structure or BOS on the bear side. We're in active gate status and the current setup is firmly in scanning mode, which means the system is on the lookout for any advantageous discount zone retracements before plotting our next potential move within this trend down market environment. Remember folks, this EA version 1 is in live demo testing and it's actively decoding smart money concepts autonomously. While we've closed recent activity and are waiting for a fresh opportunity, it's crucial to trade with proper risk management, discipline over emotion, and always cross-verify with price action. Let's keep the energy up. Any questions about how AutoTrader 247 decodes these moves or thoughts on the current trend? Drop your questions in the chat and let's learn together. Here's what's happening, folks. The EA is currently in an active scanning phase, bravely navigating a trend down regime on XAUUSD. We're witnessing a bearish break of structure, showing that the market sentiment favors the downside. Our smart money system just closed a sell position at an entry price of 4819.84, steering it towards its strategy of seizing opportunities in downward movements. Our AI commentary anticipates new market logic, patiently analyzing the next best move. Right now, the system is not holding any open trades as it's in a strategic scanning mode, ready to pounce when fresh opportunities arise. Remember, we are fully optimized for live demo testing, so always manage your emotions and use discipline over your trades. I'm curious, what are your thoughts on this bearish setup? Drop your questions in the chat. Breaking news from the trading floor. The system just closed a sell position at the intriguing price of $14,890.84, and now all eyes are on the next move as we're set for a trend-up regime on XAUUSD. Currently, the structure reads as a bearish order shift, with a solid confidence score of 100. What does this mean? It indicates we're poised for potentially bullish opportunities, as the system now scans for new entries against this trend. To break it down further, the system is actively probing for those high-probability setups within this bullish environment. As we await this transition, it's a thrilling time to explore how smart money concepts drive our strategy. Remember, folks, the current EA version is in live demo testing, so always trade smart with disciplined risk management. Any burning questions on these mechanics or how the EA is scanning? Drop them in the chat. I'm here to clarify. Here's what's happening, trading enthusiasts. Our cutting-edge AutoTrader 247 system just closed a sell position at the strategic entry price of 4819.84. To break it down, we're in a trend down regime with the structure confirming a break of structure voice in the bearish direction. Right now, the EA is in scanning mode, actively seeking new opportunities to exploit this bearish momentum. With a confidence level at a perfect 100, we're poised to assess discount zone retracements for potential sell setups. Remember, the current EA version is in live demo testing for better performance. Always pair its insights with your own market logic. What's your take on the trend? Any questions about how the system interprets this sell-off? Keep those questions coming. Here's what's happening, folks. The system just detected a major regime change trend up event in the XAUUSD market. Previously, we were in a trend down regime, focusing on capturing retracements for sell trades, as evidenced by our last sell entry at 48.1984. Now, this telemetry indicates a shift as the system closed that sell trade, paving the way for new opportunities with a bullish outlook. Let me break this down further. Even though the structure shows a change of character to bullish, signaled by Choksh, bull, the EA is still in a scanning mode, waiting to align all technical stars before asserting a new position. With 100% confidence in this regime change event, we're gearing up for potential buy setups once the market logic confirms alignment. This is a classic example of the EA maintaining a disciplined approach, adapting to market conditions, and dynamically responding to changes. Please remember, the current EA version is version 1 and it is in live demo testing, so always trade with discipline and proper risk management. What do you guys think of this setup? Drop your questions in the chat. Let's keep this energy alive and see where the market takes us next. Here's what's happening, folks. Our state-of-the-art Auto Trader 247 just wrapped up a sell position, perfectly aligning with the current trend down regime. We entered at 48.90.84, and now the system is actively scanning for the next setup, aiming to take advantage of any retracements back into discount zones before continuing in the sell direction. The system's gate status is active, and with a structure defined by a bullish change of character, Choksh, we're seeing a tug-of-war between bearish trends and bullish retracement attempts. But with a 100% confidence level, our AI is poised to capitalize on any unfolding opportunities. Remember, this current version of the EA is version 1 and in live demo testing, so always verify with your own analysis and maintain solid risk management practices. What do you guys think of this setup? Any questions about the logic the EA uses? Keep those inquiries coming. All right, traders, gather round because we've just witnessed a pivotal moment here. The system has detected a regime change that flipped us from a trend down to a trend up. This occurred right after closing a sell order at an impressive entry, 48.119.84. The market's intricacies keep us on our toes, don't they? What we're seeing here is a textbook change of character, Choksh, in a bullish direction that gives us a healthy confidence level of 100%. The EA is in scanning mode, on the lookout for new opportunities. The gate status is still active, meaning it's primed for a setup that capitalizes on this new bullish momentum. Remember, currently we're in live demo testing. The EA version is 1, which means your focus should always be on proper risk management and validating signals with price action. What's your take on this regime shift? Drop your thoughts in the chat. Stay tuned and engaged. These are the moments when AutoTrader 247 flexes its true power. All right, traders, exciting times here. The system just wrapped up a sell trade at entry, 48.84. In our current trend down regime, AutoTrader 247 was looking for points where price action would exhaust before pushing lower. The structure flipped, indicates potential short-term bullish momentum, signaling us to pause and scan for new opportunities. Here's what's happening. We're in a gate active status, actively scanning for high probability setups to align with the overall downtrend. Our confidence meter remains pegged at 100. The last sell was a strategic exit, given the structural change, highlighting the importance of adaptability to evolving market conditions. Now, as we await the next move, think about how structure plays into your strategy. What are your experiences with market flips? Drop your thoughts in the chat. And remember, AutoTrader 247 is in live demo testing mode. Trade smart, verify setups, and control your risk. Stay with us to see how the system adapts next. The market's never dull. Here's what's happening, folks. The system currently reads a trend down regime for XAUUSD, and it's on high alert, scanning for viable entry points. With the current market structure showing as none, the system is waiting for the market logic to align before opening any new positions. Our confidence level is pegged at a strong 100%, meaning the EA is primed and ready to strike once conditions look just right. Even though the last trade wasn't activated, it's fascinating to watch how AutoTrader 247 strategically holds its position rather than jumping in recklessly. This disciplined approach highlights the power of a smart money concepts-driven algorithm. Time entries perfectly without emotion. Let me leave you with a question. How do you handle waiting for the perfect market structure in your trading? Remember, AutoTrader 247 is on live demo testing, so always use proper risk management and verify every move with price action. Keep those questions coming in the chat. Here's what's happening right now on the XAUUSD chart. We're in a confident trend-up regime, with the gate status set to active. The system is currently in scanning mode, evaluating the market for high-probability entry points. Although no trades have been triggered just yet, the confidence level is at a full 100, meaning the system's sensors are primed for potential smart money movements. Let me break this down further. Our AI is searching for ideal structures that align with the overarching trend direction, keeping an eye on liquidity zones and order blocks that smart money might exploit for price manipulation or continuation moves. While we await a precise setup, remember that this version of the EA is in live demo testing for optimization. If you're considering any trades, ensure you use proper risk management and always cross-verify with live price action. I'd love to hear your thoughts. What do you guys think of this trend-up regime? Have any burning questions about how AutoTrader 247 identifies opportunities? Stick around. The market could spark to life any moment. Alright, traders, here's what's happening. AutoTrader 247 is currently in a trend-up regime. However, the gate is labeled as locked gated, and we're in a scanning mode. This is like a scout surveying the terrain, ensuring the highest confidence level of 100 is in place before deciding on a move. Right now, our beloved EA is awaiting that perfect setup to unleash those lucrative entry strategies on XAUUSD. Imagine a sniper with a keen eye for precision. It's only a matter of time before we lock onto that golden opportunity. Remember, the EA is in live demo testing, so always employ risk management and pair our insights with your own market analysis. But for now, let's ride this thrilling wait together. Any theories on what might happen next? Drop them in the chat. Alright folks, here's what's happening right now with our AutoTrader 247 on XAUUSD. We are currently in a trend down regime, which means the system is actively scanning for opportunities to capitalize on this downward movement. Confidence is sitting at a confident 100, indicating our system's clarity in this market direction. However, we are still in the scanning phase, waiting for a precise setup to manifest. You might notice that the last trade is marked none, which is okay. The system is strategically waiting for the optimal conditions before executing. No rush. This is the discipline we emphasize. Remember, discipline over emotion, folks. The EA is itching for a logical trigger that fits into our proprietary smart money concepts model. Stay tuned, as anything can develop quickly. And remember, this current EA version is demoing for real-time performance data, so ensure you verify with your own price action, especially if considering any trades. What are your thoughts on this potential setup? Who's excited about this sell-side shift? Drop your questions in the chat, or tell us how you would approach this regime. Let's keep the energy up. Here's what's happening, folks. Our state-of-the-art AutoTrader 247 just detected a seismic shift. We're now in a trend-up regime on XAUUSD. This pivot is a potential game changer as the gate status is active and we're scanning for prime opportunities. The shift from a bearish order block structure OS to a bullish regime signals smart money might be repositioning, and with a confidence level locked at 100, we're on the lookout for premium entries. No trades are open yet. The EA's holding back, strategizing its next move, waiting for the market logic to align perfectly. What does this mean for you? Well, this regime change is a fantastic moment for us to observe how the system intelligently interprets price action shifts. Do you have any questions about how we read these regime changes? Remember, this EA is in demo testing, so always verify with price action and trade with discipline over emotion. What do you think this trend change might bring us going forward? Keep those questions coming. Alright folks, here's what's happening in real time on XAUUSD. The AutoTrader 247 is navigating through a trend-up regime, but don't let the silence fool you. We're currently in a boss-bear structure, actively scanning for that perfect moment to strike. The system's confidence is at a solid 100, meaning it's razor-sharp and ready to pounce at the right setup. While we just triggered an event labeled None, this is a strategic pause, waiting for a key logic cue from the market. Being patient here is crucial, as we're hunting for ideal entries in line with smart money concepts. As always, remember the current EA version is version 1, and it is in live demo testing for better performance. If you decide to mirror these signals, it's crucial to exercise intelligent risk management and verify with price action. So what do you think about staying patient in a bullish regime? Drop your thoughts in the chat. Here's what's happening in the markets right now. We've got a trend-up regime on XAUUSD, which means we're on the lookout for opportunities in line with the current market trend. However, despite this upward trajectory, our structure is indicating a BOS, break of structure, with a bearish slant. This suggests that we might encounter potential retracement zones, so there's a delicate balance at play. The system's gate status is active, but our setup is still in scanning mode, indicating high scrutiny as we wait for an optimal entry point. Observing a 100% confidence level, this means that the system is robustly affirming its market red, but hasn't detected the right conditions just yet. Right now, there's no active trade. Nothing's been initiated since the last trade type reads None. This is a thrilling moment of anticipation as the EA stays highly vigilant and poised for the next move. Remember, this is just a snapshot of what the AutoTrader 247 is looking at in real time. The current EA version is version 1, and it's in live demo testing, so always confirm with your own analysis before jumping in. What do you guys think about this balance of an upward trend with a bearish break? Any questions on how the EA reads these signals? Drop your thoughts in the chat. Here's what's happening, folks. We just experienced a dynamic switch-up, with the EA firing off a regime change trend down event right in the middle of this trend-up regime on XAUUSD, also known as gold. It's a thrilling moment because this alert hints at a potential pivot where liquidity dynamics could shift, and the market might be priming for a retracement play. The EA is on high alert right now, with a 100% confidence level, analyzing every tick to identify an optimal entry that's aligned with this evolving structure. You'll notice we're in a BOS, bearish oversupply structure, so any impending shorts will strategically target potential liquidity sweeps beneath major levels. Remember, This is all part of the real-time learning journey. What do you guys think about this regime change? Let's see those questions in the chat. And folks, just a quick reminder, you are watching version 1 of the EA, which is still in live demo mode for performance refinement. If you're mirroring signals, always trade with meticulous risk management, discipline over emotion, and verify with price action. Keep those screens locked to see how this pans out. All right, here's what's happening. Our EA is currently in a trend down regime with the gate status set to active and the setup in a scanning mode. The structure just broke to the upside with a bullish order block, indicating a potential change in direction that we should certainly keep an eye on. Confidence is peaked at an impressive 100, meaning the system's real-time analysis is right on point. Now, we haven't entered a trade just yet, and the AI commentary is on high alert, waiting for market logic before executing. This is crucial as the EA is meticulously scanning for the optimal moment to engage. Smart money concepts at work. Remember, folks, the EA is still in version 1, currently live demo testing, and this patient approach highlights the importance of discipline over emotion. While we wait for the system to lock on to its next move, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this current setup. Any questions or theories? Drop them in the chat. Let's keep this exciting learning journey together. Here's what's happening right now. AutoTrader 247 is in a trend-up market regime on XAUUSD with a remarkable 100% confidence level in its bullish structure. Even though the EA just fired an event labeled none, it's actively scanning the environment for the next optimal setup. Let me break this down. The system's in full scan mode, hunting for the perfect entry point to exploit this bullish trend. We're poised and ready, waiting for a breakthrough signal that might just flip the gates open for a high-confidence trade. Remember, these scans and setups are key to capturing smart money concepts, and the EA's precision lies in such calculated pauses. The current EA version is version 1, and it is in live demo testing for better performance. If you follow along and copy trade on signals, make sure you trade with proper risk management, use discipline over emotion, and always verify with price action before entering a trade. What do you guys think about this kind of setup? Keep those questions coming in the chat. This is what makes AutoTrader 247 so exciting, its ability to read market pulses with institutional precision. Stay tuned for our next move. Here's what's happening, folks. AutoTrader 247 is operating under a trend-up regime on USD, meaning the system is looking for bullish opportunities. However, our gate status is currently locked gated, and we're in a scanning setup phase, which signifies we're patiently waiting for market conditions to align perfectly for our trading logic. Despite the structure being none right now, don't be fooled. With a confidence level of 100, the system is poised and ready to strike the moment the conditions are right. The EA is in a calculated wait-and-see mode, making sure it conserves capital until the risk-reward is in our favor. The current AI commentary reminds us of patience, waiting for market logic. Simply put, until a high-probability play emerges, we'll remain on the sidelines. Remember, team, the current EA version is version 1, and it is in live demo testing for better performance. If you consider copying any future signals, make sure you implement strong risk management, trade discipline over emotion, and confirm setups with price action. Drop your thoughts in the chat. What setups are you seeing in your own analysis right now? Let's get a conversation going. All right, traders, we're live on XAUUSD, and the current telemetry offers an exciting snapshot. The regime is firmly in trend down with a 100% confidence level. The system is in scanning mode, ready to hunt for those prime short entries in any potential discount zone retracements. Now here's what's happening. Our EA is demonstrating restraint, no open positions at the moment, and we're working with a last close P&L of -536. Right now, it's waiting for the perfect entry criteria under this active gate status, reflecting the meticulous smart money concepts approach we embrace. Remember, it's all about understanding when the smart money is likely to engage in the market. This is our time to watch and learn, observing when the market logic aligns for that high confidence move. So why don't you share your thoughts on the current setup? And of course, remember our golden rule. The EA version is in live demo testing to achieve better performance. Always exercise proper risk management and verify signals with price action before entering a trade. What's your experience been with trend down setups? Let's get those questions rolling in the chat. Here's what's happening, folks. The EA just fired a regime change trend up event, indicating that we're stepping into an upward momentum on XAUUSD, the gold market. We're in an active gate status as the system scans for optimal entry points. Right now, the regime is classed as trend up with a solid 100% confidence. Pretty compelling stuff. However, the structure is still forming, so we're in a scanning phase, hunting for the right setup before we trigger any trades. A reminder that the system is disciplined, ensuring every move is met with precision. If you're new here, just remember, the system is currently in live demo testing, running on version 1, so always trade with proper risk management if you're following along. Our live metrics show no open positions, and we're waiting to capitalize on the next strategic entry. Now more than ever, it's crucial to let the system scan and assess the right time to strike. How do you feel about the market turning bullish? Drop your thoughts or questions in the chat. Let's get the conversation flowing. Here's what's happening, folks. We're currently in a trend-up regime on XAUUSD gold with a solid bullish choke structure, and our confidence reading is at an impressive 100%. Although we see the EA in a scanning setup right now, it's eagerly monitoring the charts for the right opportunity. Even though there are no open positions this second and we're sitting on a slight recent loss of $9.36, remember, this is all part of the game. It's vital to keep in mind that this is live demo testing. Our EA version 1 is working its magic, but it's crucial you stay disciplined, use proper risk management, and always confirm with price action before getting into any trades. So, while the system prepares for its next strategic move, what do you guys think of a trend-up market? Any questions on accessing this data? Let me know in the chat. Stay tuned, much more action is on the horizon. Alright traders, listen up. Here's what's happening in the world of XAUUSD right now. We are moving into a strong trend-up regime with a break of structure on the bullish side. Our AI sensors are dialed to a full 100 in confidence. The EA is currently scanning for optimal entries, a hallmark of smart money precision. Yes, you heard it right. We're just waiting for the market to play into our hand. No active trades at the moment, but the stage is set. Our recent close was a minor hiccup at -$5.36, reminding us that not every play can be a winner's circle moment. The EA is poised with its gate status active, ready to capitalize on any moves that fit right into our triple entry model. So what do you all think about waiting for that perfect entry? Drop your thoughts in the chat. And remember, this demo version is all about refining performance. What are you learning from this? Let's keep the energy high and the insights flowing. Hello at XAUUSD247, great to have you with us. Let's break this down together. Right now, the system is registering a trend-up regime with a bullish break of structure, BOS. However, we're in scanning mode, suggesting we're analyzing for an optimal entry point, and no active trades are open. Let me emphasize, we're in a testing phase. It's crucial to use discipline over emotion here. You should always verify with price action and manage your risks effectively. Remember, this is our live demo testing, so make sure to consider your own analysis before entering any trade. What are your thoughts on our current bullish setup? Do you see potential entry points? Drop your insights in the chat. XAUUSD247, great to have you on board. Here's what's happening. Our system is currently in a trend-up regime with a bullish structure confirmed by a 100% confidence score. However, the EA is still in scanning mode, waiting for the right market conditions to align before executing any trades. It's important to point out that while your level might be interesting, the current EA version is in live demo testing, and I must refrain from giving financial advice. Remember, always trade with proper risk management, and verify with price action before considering any entry. So what do you think of our current bullish trend setup? Drop your thoughts in the chat. As always, keep watching to see how AutoTrader247 navigates these markets with precision and discipline. Here's what's happening. AutoTrader 247 is in full scanning mode. We're currently in a trend down regime with our gate status marked as active. Let me break this down. Even though the market structure has shown a bullish break of structure, our system is still hunting for favorable entry points according to its smart money concepts. Right now, the system has 0 open positions, but it's detecting potential discount zone retracements to initiate sell-side play. The confidence level is at a solid 100%, keeping us on high alert for any setup confirmatory signals. Our last closed trade took a minor $5.36 loss, but that's part of testing the waters and gathering market intel. Remember, these moves are part of our live demo testing under the current EA version 1. What do you anticipate in this scenario? Drop your thoughts in the chat, and keep in mind, always trade with discipline, not emotion, and verify the setups with price action. Stay tuned. This is AutoTrader 247, shaping the way you understand the markets. Here's what's happening, folks. We're currently in a trend down regime on XAUUSD. Despite this bearish outlook, the structure has shown a break of structure BOS to the upside, a bullish signal in a normally bearish context. What does this mean? The system is now scanning the landscape with 100% confidence, looking for prime opportunities to potentially short from higher levels or capture a retracement. Now, it's key to understand that our EA hasn't opened any new positions yet, maintaining a watchful stance. We're holding at $1 floating profit with our last closed position resulting in a minimal loss of $5.36. This highlights the importance of discipline and precision. Remember, this is live demo testing to refine performance. If you're considering a trade, ensure you're using discipline over emotion. Our system is poised and ready, but it's crucial to note, the current version is version 1 and we're in a live demo testing phase. Always verify with price action and manage your risk diligently. What are your thoughts on a possible retracement play here? Drop your questions in the chat. Keep those gears turning and let's unravel the market together. Here's what's happening, folks. We're currently in a trend down regime on gold, with the system actively scanning for prime entry opportunities. The structure shows a break of structure on the bullish side, which adds an interesting dynamic here. Essentially, we have a trend that's moving down while the structure flashes some bullish signals, a textbook scenario where savvy scalpers might look for retracements. Our open positions sit at 0 right now, with a floating P&L of 0.0, and we did take a slight hit on the last closed trade with a loss of $5.36. But remember, the EA thrives on learning from each move to adapt for the next big setup. The engine is in full gear, waiting for market logic that aligns with our strategy. So what does this mean for aspiring traders watching? Keep a close eye on those discount zone retracements for potential short opportunities in alignment with the overall downward trend. And hey, while we're scanning the markets, think about how you handle conflicting structure and trend scenarios in your trading. What are your go-to indicators when navigating such setups? Share your thoughts or drop any questions in the chat. Before I sign off, remember the golden rule. The current EA version is version 1, and it is in live demo testing for better performance. If you're considering copy trading, always manage risk wisely and verify with price action. Stay tuned and keep learning from AutoTrader 247. Here's what's happening right now, folks. We're navigating a fascinating landscape with XAUUSD. Our data-driven AI engine is highlighting a clear trend-down regime. Despite the bullish break of structure, the system is currently in a scanning mode, seeking potential discount zone retracements before committing to any sell opportunities. Confidence is capped at a solid 100%, but we're holding 0 open positions at the moment, as it exercises patience for optimal market entry. Our last closed P&L was a minor $5.36 loss, but remember, these small adjustments pave the way for long-term success. The current stance is a wait and watch as we look for market logic alignment. Let me emphasize, the current EA version is version 1 and is in live demo testing. If you're thinking of copy trading, maintain discipline and verify your choices with price action. What's everyone's take on the recently bullish break of structure in a downtrend context? Drop your thoughts or questions in the chat. Stay tuned, there's more to learn and see here with AutoTrader 247. All right, traders, we're live at a pivotal moment on XAUUSD. Here's what's happening. The regime is confidently showing trend up with a bullish break of structure, BOS. This is a textbook example of when the smart money starts increasing buys to ride the upward momentum. Right now, our AutoTrader 247 is actively scanning the market. The gate is open, and market logic is about to be unleashed once we detect the optimal liquidity levels. We've just wrapped a trade with a small loss, but this is exactly why discipline and smart management are key. Currently, there are no open positions, and our floating P&L sits at $0. It's worth noting that our last closed P&L was minor at minus 536, just a blip on our radar as we fine-tune entries. Remember, discipline over emotion, folks. Now, what do you think might be the best support level for our potential buys? Let's hear your thoughts. And as always, keep in mind that the current EA version is version 1 and it's live in demo testing. If you're considering using these signals, trade smart with proper risk management and verify with price action. What are your questions about this setup? Keep them coming. All right, let's dive into the action here on XAUUSD. The system currently identifies a trend down regime, but interestingly, we've just seen a break of structure to the upside, pegging the structure as BOS, bull. This indicates a fascinating push-pull dynamic where sellers have dominated, but buyers are testing the waters, likely creating short-term opportunities within this overarching downtrend. What's happening right now is that the EA is scanning actively for potential setups. Our gate status is active, meaning we're on high alert to capitalize if market conditions align. However, it's crucial to note that no new trades have triggered yet. Our confidence meter is at a maximum 100%, but we're staying smart, waiting for decisive market logic to appear. Reflecting on our live metrics, there are currently no open positions. Our last closed position was unfortunately a minor loss at $5.36. Remember, the current EA version here is version 1, and this is live demo testing to ensure better performance. Proper risk management and verification with price action remain key if you're looking to mirror any trades. So what do you guys think will break first in this tug of war between buyers and sellers? Drop your thoughts in the chat. I'm here to break down any questions you might have about the moving market gear. Here's what's happening, folks. Our Auto Trader 247 is locked and loaded in a trend-up regime on XAUUSD. The system just detected a bullish break of structure, registered at a robust 100% confidence. That's a green light for potential further upside exploration. The setup is currently in scanning mode, waiting for an optimal entry point. Now, while we have no open positions at this moment, our recent playback registered a slight setback with a last closed P&L of -5.36. But remember, that's just part of the game. The EA is incredibly focused to maximize favorable entries under this bullish umbrella. The current EA version is version 1, and it is in live demo testing for better performance. Always trade with proper risk management and verify with price action. What do you guys think of this prevailing trend? Any questions on how the EA scans for setups? Drop your thoughts in the chat. Stay tuned as the gold market reveals more opportunities. Here's what's happening, folks. The Auto Trader 247 is currently locked onto a trend-up regime on XAUUSD, signaling that the bulls are firmly in control. We're looking at a break of structure BOS with a bullish bias, and as you can see, our confidence level is maxed out at 100. However, the system is still in scanning mode, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Though no new trades have triggered just yet, our open positions stand at 0 with a floating P&L of $. It's crucial to understand how the system is diligently awaiting a prime opportunity. The last closed P&L was a slight drop at 95.36, but remember, every dip offers a chance for a strategic climb. Now this is the moment of anticipation. Could this bullish regime maybe expose us to a rally? What are your thoughts on the current liquidity landscape? Drop your insights in the chat. And as always, the current EA version is version 1, and is in live demo testing for better performance. If you copy trade on signals, make sure you trade with proper risk management. Use discipline. Here's what's happening on the gold chart right now. We are operating under a trend-up regime, and although the system is currently in a scanning mode, its confidence sits at a solid 100%. This suggests a potential entry setup might be brewing. The structure is showing a chalk, change of character to bear, indicating a potential pullback before the uptrend resumes. Our gate status is active, signaling dissemination of trading logic, but currently, the EA is tactically waiting for a clearer market setup before making a move. This kind of patience is crucial for trading with discipline over emotion. Remember, we're in live demo testing, so ensure you trade with proper risk management. So what do you think? Are you spotting any levels of interest in the current market structure? Here's what's happening, folks. The EA just signaled us we're in a trend-up regime, and the setup is currently scanning for optimal opportunities to ride this bullish momentum. Our structure is showing a change of character in a bullish direction, indicating a potential shift from indecisiveness towards a more directional move in gold. Now, with the gate status flagged as active, the system's confidence is at a robust 100%. This means it's on high alert, vigilantly waiting to pounce on a high-probability setup. Even though we haven't opened positions yet, the EA is preparing to capitalize on any emerging buy scenarios. Remember, while the EA is in live demo testing, always practice proper risk management, discipline, and verify with your own analysis before trading. Keep your eyes peeled, as we could see some exciting moves soon. What do you think might be the driving force behind this bullish signal today? At XAUUSD247, great to see you here. Right now, the system is indicating a bullish scenario with a trend-up regime and bullish break of structure. However, the setup is still in its scanning phase, actively waiting for the ideal entry trigger. Let me break this down. The EA is seeking optimal conditions aligned with smart money concepts, so it's not making any moves at this moment. Always remember, even with high confidence metrics, it's crucial to pair any decision with your own price action verification and proper risk management. Our current EA version 1 is still live demo testing for performance refinement. Keep watching closely. What's your take on this bullish trend? Here's what's happening, folks. We've just seen a fascinating shift in the market dynamics for XAUUSD. The regime has changed to a trend down, which indicates we're in a bearish environment. This tells us that the system is currently on the lookout for potential short entry opportunities, analyzing data through its proprietary algorithms. Our smart money concepts aligned EA isn't just diving headlong into trades. It's methodically scanning for ideal entries and discount retracement zones before making any big moves. Why? Because that's where the smart money logic often reveals hidden liquidity pockets. While we're not holding any open positions at the moment, the gate is active and confidence is at an impressive 100%. This suggests we might soon witness a calculated attack on a liquidity level. Stay tuned for our next exciting move. And remember, folks, while we are live demo testing version 1, make sure to always trade with discipline and proper risk management. What do you think could be the next big catalyst for gold's movement today? All right, traders, listen up. Here's what's happening. We're in a strong trend up regime on XAUUSD. The system is primed with a bullish break of structure BOS. The gate status is currently active and the setup mode is in scanning. With such a high confidence level, up at 100%, it's akin to Wall Street traders eagerly waiting for the storm to clear. Let me break this down. The EA is in the lookout phase, scanning its proprietary metrics for ideal entry opportunities. Currently, there are no open positions, but this environment is ripe for action. The bullish trend and the recent break of structure signify potential upward momentum. But before jumping on this golden train, patience is crucial as we analyze potential entries. Keep in mind, folks, the current EA version is in live demo testing for optimizing performance. If you're considering any moves, employ proper risk management and align with your own price action analysis. Now, let me toss it back to you. What's your take on this bullish structure? How do you align it with your trading strategy? Here's what's happening, folks. We're actively monitoring the XAUUSD market under a clear trend down regime. The system is currently in scanning mode, which means it's ready and waiting to pounce on the next prime opportunity. Right now, the structure shows a BOS or break of structure, confirming a bearish outlook. Our confidence level is sitting steady at 100%, signaling a solid grasp of market dynamics. At the moment, we've got no open positions, as the EA is exercising patience, a key trait in any successful trader's toolkit. Remember, the system is diligently awaiting those premium sell setups within the overall bearish landscape. And as always, this is live demo testing, so if you're shadowing trades, practice strict risk management and validate entries with your own analysis. Now, what would you like to see next in the market? Are you more interested in trend continuation strategies or potential reversal plays? Here's what's happening right now. Our Auto Trader 247 is in an active mode, scanning for potential entries under a trend up regime. We're in a fascinating scenario where we've just experienced a break of structure in the bearish direction. With a 100% confidence level, the system is meticulously observing the price action to identify discount zone retracement opportunities. Even with all detective work, the EA hasn't found its moment to strike yet. Remember, patience is key when dealing with smart money concepts. The system is currently waiting for market logic to align before it enters a trade. It's a reminder that it's not always about the quantity of trades, but waiting for the optimal high probability setups. I have a question for you. What do you look for before deciding to enter a trade? Let's keep this discussion rolling. XAUUSD, glad you're here with us. Let's dive into it. Right now, the EA is in scanning mode within an uptrend regime, showing a confirmed change of character, choch, bullish structure. Our gate status is active, but we're waiting for more market data before executing a trade. As always, remember that the current EA version is in live demo testing, so if you're hopeful for a signal, keep those eyes on the price action and adhere to proper risk management if you decide to take any personal trades. What aspect of smart money concepts would you like us to explain next? At XAUUSD247, great to have you with us. Here's what's happening. The system is in a scanning phase right now due to our current regime of trend up on XAUUSD. Even though the gate status is active, the EA hasn't spotted any actionable market structure yet, which means it's patiently waiting for a valid setup to materialize. The system is all about precision, like a seasoned trader. Remember, today's market movements will be crucial in determining our next steps. The current EA version is version 1, and it's in live demo testing, so always ensure you're aligned with risk management principles and price action insights if you're following along. What are you watching in the markets today? Here's what's happening, folks. The Auto Trader 24. Here's what's happening right now in the market. The EA is currently scanning for new trade. All right, traders, here's what's happening right now on XAUUSD. The EA just picked up a pivotal shift. The expert advisor EA has identified a change in market conditions for XAUUSD, with the current analysis indicating a strong upward trend. The system's confidence in this trend direction is at 100%. The EA is actively scanning for optimal trade setups to capitalize on this new upward trend regime, though no trades have been initiated yet. Here's what's happening, folks. We've just witnessed a pivotal moment. A regime change to a trend down has been fired by the system. The EA is meticulously scanning the market, eyeing those bearish structural shifts, particularly noting the change of character, or CCH, leaning bearish. Think of this as a weather vane, indicating strong directional momentum southward. Right now, our smart money indicators are primed and actively interpreting market logic. As we ride this prevailing trend down, the focus will be on catching those retracements into discount zones for potential short opportunities. But remember, this is live demo testing, so engage with the data, ensure every decision's anchored with sound risk management, and verify with price action. Who's feeling like they want to dive deeper into understanding these trend shifts today? Here's what's happening, folks. We've just witnessed a pivotal event. The EA detected a regime change trend up. That's right, we're now in an upward trend regime for XAUUSD, signaling a primary shift in market dynamics. Despite the prevailing bearish structure, denoted by a break of structure, BOS, we're just scanning the market setup right now, on the lookout for a strong energy move to capitalize on. Remember, this regime shift hasn't immediately triggered any trades. We're patiently waiting for the smart money concepts to align, transforming identified order blocks into solid opportunities. As always, exercise proper risk management and ensure your strategy harmonizes with ours. Exciting times ahead. What are you most eager to learn from the live feed today? Here's what's happening, folks. Our state-of-the-art EA is in a range regime with a bullish break of structure, BOS, on XAUUSD. Price is currently meandering between its swing low and swing high, a classic condition that tells us the market is contemplating its next big move. It's like a coiled spring, but don't let the stillness fool you. We're scanning for those crucial liquidity sweeps or breakouts. Right now, the EA is in scanning mode, awaiting those telltale signs of institutional money stepping in so that we can potentially capitalize on the delivery. Although our last trade closed at a slight net loss, what matters in these scenarios is focus on disciplined execution. Remember, the system looks to decode the market, free from emotional undermines. Stay engaged, watch how the structure evolves, and keep those questions coming for sharper insights. Has anyone noticed what price action hints might suggest whether we break upward? Let's discuss. Ladies and gentlemen, traders far and wide, here's the scoop. The EA just detected a regime shift into a range, and we're officially in a sideways consolidation phase. What does this mean for us? Well, the market is playing a game of tug-of-war between buyers and sellers, juggling between its swing high and low, though specifics aren't yet visible. This range-bound action requires us to be strategic and patient, waiting for a breakout or a liquidity sweep to avoid getting chopped up. With a current price sitting at 48.3621, we're reminded of the discipline that market neutrality demands. Remember, in these times, it's crucial to trade with proper risk management, use discipline over emotion, and verify with price action before jumping in. All right, audience, have you been keeping track of how the range has influenced your hand in the market lately? All right, traders, here's what's happening. We're currently observing the XAUUSD, and the system is detecting a range regime. The market phase is locked in sideways consolidation, which means price is effectively trading between key levels, but hasn't established a defined swing high or low just yet. The system's AI is in scanning mode, fully operational and assessing potential liquidity sweeps or order blocks. With no trades currently open, we're in a perfect position to watch market logic unfold. It's crucial during these times to be patient and wait for a breakout or a sweep to confirm market intentions, so we don't get caught in the chop. Remember, the current EA version is live demo testing to improve performance. Stick to using discipline and proper risk management. As we await developments, let's hear from you. What strategies do you employ during market consolidations? Here's what's happening, folks. Although we're in an overall trend-up regime, the current market phase is sidewinding, sitting in a sideways consolidation manner. This means we're sandwiched between liquidity and waiting for a breakout or liquidity sweep to give us a clearer direction. The EA is in scanning mode, remaining patient and disciplined, which is crucial to bypassing any choppy waters. We've got no open positions at the moment. Our trading system is keenly focused on optimal trade setups while ensuring risk management and riding right along with market structure. Quick reminder, the current EA version is version 1 and is in live demo testing. If you're thinking of mimicking the system's trades, ensure you're using proper risk management and back it with your own price action insights. What trends are you experiencing in your own analysis right now? Alright folks, let's dive into this exciting moment. The system just encountered a regime change trend down event. Here's what's happening. The EA is detecting a strong downward shift as both the regime and market phase align perfectly with a bearish outlook. Right now, we've got a change of character, twitch, signaling a potential market reversal to the downside. We're currently scanning for prime sell opportunities in this active trend scenario. The key here is patience and precision as we wait for potential entries that align with smart money concepts. Remember, our swing high is at 48.3651 and swing low at 48.3403. Eyes on how price dances between these levels. Just a quick reminder, the current EA version is version 1 in live demo testing. If you're considering trading, always exercise proper risk management and verify with price action before diving in. Stay tuned for the next move. Where do you think gold prices might head next? Here's what's happening, folks. Although we're observing a trend-up regime, the market just experienced a chaksh, or change of character, shifting into a bearish direction. This suggests we might be on the verge of a reversal in market sentiment. So right now, we're in a fascinating phase transition as the market sorts itself out. The current market phase is a bearish active trend, indicating potential bearish momentum post-chaksh within the broader uptrend. Prices are fluctuating between our swing high of 48.3651 and swing low of 48.3403. Will this newly established bearish sentiment take hold, or will the bulls regain control? Remember, this is demo testing, and if you're thinking about trading, focus on price action and implement disciplined risk management strategies. What do you all think? Are we seeing the calm before a big bearish move, or are the bulls about to roar back? Ladies and gentlemen, buckle up. We've just witnessed a crucial shift. The regime change trend down event has triggered, aligning beautifully with our active bear trend. Here's what's happening. The market structure just confirmed a break of structure in the bearish direction. This is a high conviction moment with regime and market phase both screaming downside momentum. Now AutoTrader 247 is in full scanning mode, hunting for optimal entry points to capitalize on this bearish environment. The current price is dancing around 48.31.95, well below our swing high of 48.34.66, adding weight to this downward thrust. Remember, the EA version is still in live demo testing, so ensure you trade with discipline and verify moves with price action. Where do you think the price could head next, and how will you prepare to navigate this trend? Stay tuned for more action. All right, traders, let's dive into the action on XAUUSD. Here's what's happening right now. The regime is firmly in a trend down, and our market phase is particularly loud at active trend, with a break of structure, BOS confirming bearish sentiment. Our swing metrics are revealing a fresh push from 48.34.66 down to 48.33.84, and we're currently hovering at 48.33.94. Now, for the forensic interpretation. This setup is currently scanning for potential entries, showcasing our EA's acute attention to high probability setups. Although we haven't pulled the trigger on any trades yet, this is a classic institutional trap scenario where we're waiting to see if smart money engineers liquidity before we make a move. The system is poised with confidence at 100, scanning the battlefield for any discrepancies between retail participants and those behind the shadows. Remember folks, we're operating in live demo testing. Ensure you adhere to your risk strategy and use discipline over emotion if you're mimicking these moves. With such robust conditions at play, what do you all think we might see next from the market? Let your thoughts shine as we edge closer to potential action. All right, traders, it's another day in the markets. Here's what's happening with AutoTrader 247. We're looking at a fascinating trend up regime, even though the market phase is calling for an active trend bear. This is a classic example of a phase transition, where we're seeing a breakdown, or bull bear, suggesting the bears are taking the lead despite the overarching uptrend. Our gate status is active, indicating the system's on the lookout for potential entries, but as of now with no open positions. The current price is testing that swing low of 48.31.65, a pivotal area to watch. The EA is in a scanning mode, waiting for a confirmed setup before striking. For a deeper dive, interpreting this setup with a bird's eye view, the system might be waiting for a liquidity engineering opportunity to trap early bears and swipe retail stops before swinging back up. You can sense the tension here with these two opposing signals. Keep in mind, while the EA readies itself for the next move, we're in version 1, live demo testing. Trade with discipline and verify price action if you're considering aligning with this setup. What's your take, viewers? Could we see this market embracing the bear move further, or will the bulls reclaim control? Here's what's happening in the world of XAUUSD. We're in the midst of a trend down regime with the system currently active. The market phase is a confirmed active trend, and we've just seen a break of structure BOS on the bearish side, signaling trend confirmation. At the time of this read, price is ticking at 48.29.17, firmly below the most recent swing high and low. The system is scanning like a hawk, waiting for the precise market logic and setup that aligns with its smart money concepts. Even though there are no open positions at the moment, the confidence level is set at a rock-solid 100%. The EA's state-of-the-art logic is geared up to look for retracement opportunities in discount zones for potential short positions. While we have no new trades to dissect right now, always remember, this is a live demo testing phase. Keep an eye on those setups and ensure your risk management is ironclad when considering your own positions. Now here's a question for the floor. What aspect of smart money concepts do you want to delve into next? Let's break this down. Currently, we're in a trend-down regime with the EA strategically scanning the market. The ADX is at 36.7, suggesting a satisfactory trend strength, while the RSI is under 40, indicating potential energy building from the lower range. The EMA alignment is bullish, providing us a paradox, and the Bollinger Band width is notably tight, suggesting low volatility. Here's my forensic interpretation. We are in a consolidation phase, indicating the smart money might be stealthily positioning. We're likely witnessing an institutional trap forming, as there are no overt moves from big players just yet. The advisor text insights align with this wait-and-watch stance. There are no significant traps or bank levels being tested at the moment. For all intrigued minds out there, remember, this lack of movement is deliberate. The EA is poised and vigilant, waiting for that prime moment when the institutions might spring their trap. The current EA version is version 1, and it is in live demo testing for better performance. If you copy trade on signals, make sure you trade with proper risk management, use discipline over emotion, and always verify with price action before entering a trade. What are your thoughts on this consolidation game? At XAUUSD, great question. Let's dive into the telemetry to understand what happened here. Here's what's happening. The ADX is at 49.3, emphasizing a strong trend presence, while RSI sits low at 29.2, indicating oversold conditions. However, the ATR is at 0, pointing to minimal volatility at this moment. Our EMAs suggest a sideways setup, while Bollinger Bands are showing low volatility with a width of 6.92. For the expert opinion, the system just flagged a bullish sweep, suggesting an institutional trap as banks wiped out stop losses below recent lows. We're seeing a classic reversal setup where smart money potentially tricks retail into shorting before driving prices upwards. A lovely mix of strategy and psychology. Remember, this analysis is for educational purposes within our live demo. Always trade with discipline and proper risk management. So what do you think will happen next? Let's keep the conversation flowing. At XAUUSD, great to have you on board and tuned into this live session. Let's dive into the live telemetry data to shed some light on what's happening. The EA is currently in a trend down regime, indicating bearish opportunities. However, we're seeing a sideways consolidation market phase, suggesting price is currently ranging. Here's what's happening technically. Our ADX is at 39, which reflects a strong trend, but RSI is sitting at 38.3, showing the market is slightly oversold right now. The fast EMA is trailing just under the slow EMA, which tells us we're in a sideways condition, just as our low BB width suggests low volatility right now. The system is actively scanning for opportunities, waiting on an institutional magnet FVG gap to close before making any moves, a classic sign of order flow mechanics at play. No BO strategy is on just yet. It's all about patiently waiting for setup confirmation. Always remember to align what you see on the charts with these technical insights. What's a key feature you look for during consolidation phases? Here's what's happening, folks. Our system has just detected a regime change trend up event. Now let's break this down. Technically, despite the regime being trend up, we're seeing a bearish structure break in an active trend bear phase. That's intriguing, right? ADX is sitting at a neutral 29.3, suggesting a shift in momentum, and RSI at 44.6 indicates a cooling off beneath the typical overbought levels. Forensic interpretation. The advisor is signaling a classic institutional trap. We've seen a sweeping action where banks have likely engineered a liquidity grab, taking out low side stops before an expected reversal. The BB width at 4.82 shows volatility rising, giving us a hint we're possibly gearing up for a strong move. Now remember, as we're scanning, the gate status is bearish, blocking buyers within a potential bull trap. The system is live and waiting for price action confirmation. Keep your eyes peeled. Are we about to see a sharp turnaround, or is there more in play? And question for the audience, have you noticed how sometimes the false move triggers the real action? Here's what's happening right now on XAUUSD. The regime is clearly in a trend down with a bearish swath confirmed by a break of structure both in the bearish nature. A quick dive into technicals reveals that ADX is sitting at 23.2, which indicates a neutral trend strength, while RSI at 42.6 is leaning towards oversold. We have a low ATR of 0.0, suggesting we're in a low volatility phase with EMA indicators showing a sideways drift. Now, let me break this down with my forensic interpretation. We're witnessing what the system confirms as a bearish trap. Those with hefty pockets, aka the institutions, have engineered a sweep above recent highs, cleverly sucking retail buyers in, only to reverse the action downwards sharply. So what you're seeing is classic institutional trap behavior. Expect rapid southward momentum. At this moment, we're not holding any open positions and eagerly watching the market's reaction. The EA is precisely waiting for a strong bearish candle to validate entry, as suggested by the advisor. The game is called patience, so stay tuned. When momentum hits, we're positioned to act swiftly. Before you go, remember the EA version in this live demo is here to enhance performance and education. Always trade with strict risk management. What do you think about institutional traps? Have they caught you off guard before? Here's what's happening, folks. Our AutoTrader 247 system is currently in a trend down regime, actively scanning for opportunities despite an active bull market phase. Now that's intriguing. We have a change of character to bull on our radar, hinting at possible market transitions. Let's dive into the technicals. The ADX at 22.2 suggests a weak trend strength, while the RSI being neutral at 50.4 means momentum is hovering in the middle. Lots of potential. Our fast EMA is slightly beneath the slow EMA, affirming a bearish alignment. The Bollinger Bands are narrow with low volatility. The system's advisory indicates we're touching a significant bank ceiling order block, a level institutions could very well be defending at this moment. Forensic interpretation. This setup resembles a classic bear trap. With a chalk in play, this could be an excellent learning point for what happens when liquidity engineering works its magic. Will institutions absorb the order block, leading to a strong reversal? What do you all think could unfold next in this thrilling market scenario? Here's what's happening, traders. The system just executed a buy position at 48.2685 in a predominant trend down regime, signaling a strategic play as we engage a strong bank ceiling order block currently being defended by institutional forces. Let me break this down. The ADX sits at a calm 17.6, showing a neutral trend environment, while the RSI reflects a modest 44.4. indicating we're still looking for traction. Notably, the ATAR is pointing at point 0, signaling reduced volatility, and the EMA alignment is sideways, confirming our short retracement maneuver. With this Chauvel structure shift and current market phase reflecting an active trend bull, we observe the EA seizing a counter-trend opportunity. Now onto the price action. Our current level is at 4827.33, with a floating profit of around $2.88 as we move towards our first target at 4832.52. Keep an eye on how the EA navigates this liquidity-driven scenario, always adapting to institutional traps and order block absorption. Here's the update, valued viewer. Right now, AutoTrader247 is managing a buy position on XAUUSD that entered at 4826.85. We're targeting three take profit levels, 4832.52, 4838.20, and 4843.88, with our stop loss set at 4821.16. Currently, the price of gold is trading at 4824.98. Although we're sitting at a floating loss of 11.22 cents, I want to remind you that we're just beneath a strategic level and the market can turn quickly. The regime is showing a trend down, but with a character change to bullish as we've broken previous highs. This may indicate a potential shift in momentum. Remember, this is all part of live demo testing, so always verify with price action and ensure you're trading with proper risk management. What do you think might happen next at this crucial level? Here's what's happening, traders. The system is in a trend down regime, but interestingly enough, we've just closed a buy position, a textbook example of how market dynamics can throw us a curveball. The technical briefing shows an ADX of 33.6, indicating a strong trend, with the RSI at 37.3 pointing to weakened momentum in oversold territory. Yet we are actually seeing sideways consolidation, as our regime and phase indicators are having a bit of a chess match. Let's break it down further. The advisor explicitly calls out a bullish trap engineered by institutional players, exactly what we suspected with a bullish sweep setup under current heavy bearish order blocks. Looking closely, we've got significant levels like that bullish institutional supply barrier at 48.2932 and multiple inefficiencies FVGs from 48.26.59 to 48.34.8 that might entice a reversal. For those tracking levels, note that we have engineered liquidity targets like an EQL at 48.2493 and EQHs like 48.2960. The interplay between these institutional maneuverings and where they rest might be gearing up for a strategic opportunity. Education is gold itself, folks, pun intended. So what's your game plan with prices dancing near these traps? All right, traders, listen up. The latest update just rolled in. The EA has detected a regime change trend up. Here's what this means for us. Step 1, the technical briefing. The ADX currently reads at a neutral 28.0, indicating that while we're seeing a propensity for trends, it's not overpowering. The RSI at 45.0 implies a middle ground sentiment in the market. Both EMA fast and slow values are showing the market in a sideways mode, perched right around 48.25, 48.27, supporting that consolidation story. Volatility is on the rise with Bollinger Bands expanding, so keep your eyes peeled for any potential fireworks. Step 2, the expert opinion. Now let me break this down. Despite the bullish regime shift, we're in a market phase marked as sideways consolidation. This signals a phase transition, where the institutions are sitting tight, setting traps perhaps with order block absorptions, but no moves yet. The advisor's message calls for patience, classic liquidity engineering in action. Step 3, level analysis new. All eyes should be over the significant bearish order block at 48.2768 and our bullish OB support at 48.2331. We have engineered liquidity lurking around 48.2687 and above 48.2937, ready to act as magnetic targets. These levels serve as critical markers for potential moves. Fair value gaps near 48.26.59 could soon be filled. With the EA actively scanning, let's see if those banks and institutions spring any surprises that lead us to new heights. Always remember, this is version 1 in demo mode. Manage your risks while keeping those charts under scrutiny. What levels do you think gold will test today? Here's what's happening, folks. We're currently in a trend down regime, but don't let that fool you. Our market phase is sideways, signaling that we're in a consolidation zone. The system setup is scanning for an optimal entry. The ADX is showing a neutral stance at 22, confirming this sideways action, while the RSI remains around 42.8, highlighting weak momentum. Now, the real intrigue begins. We're detecting a bullish trap, a classic move where big institutions push prices down to hit retail stop losses, only to swiftly reverse. Keep an eye on that bullish order block at 48.23.31. It could be a significant demand barrier. The bearish order blocks are lining up at 48.2768 and 48.29.6, while inefficiencies, known as fair value gaps, around 48.2659 and 48.24.01 might be on the market's radar for filling in. Forensic insight, this consolidative market is all about patience. Given the low BB expansion 3.83 and EMA alignment sidestepping each other, we're expecting potential swings. Eyes on how the market reacts around those engineered liquidity levels. Remember, what's happening can swiftly transition into a rapid upward move as per the advisor's institutional trap insight. Last trade closed with a slight loss, but that's the market dance we're accustomed to. As we wait for the setup to SS structure switching, let's ponder. How do you prepare for such traps in your trading plan? Engage, learn, and we'll navigate this together. Here's what's happening in the gold market right now. We're experiencing a fascinating moment where the regime is signaling a trend down, but the market phase is in a state of sideways consolidation. This creates a brief detente, if you will, between selling pressures and potential bullish reversals. Technical briefing. Our forensic data is showing us an ADX value of 18.7, indicating a low conviction in trend strength, and an RSI at 47.0, suggesting a market that's neither overbought nor oversold. The ATR is at an identical zero level, reflecting minimal volatility at present. EMAs are aligned sideways, confirming this temporary stalemate in directional bias. We're observing low volatility across the board as highlighted by a Bollinger Band expansion of just 2.99. Forensic interpretation. This could be today's pivotal moment. Our advisor has identified a bullish trap, hinting at an imminent reversal. The banks, according to our insights, just swept liquidity beneath previous lows, a classic move to shake out retail traders before potentially driving prices upward. We may be witnessing an institutional trap forming right this moment. Hold on to your seats. This could gain steam quickly. Level analysis. Let's dissect those critical price levels. Our attention is drawn to a key bullish order block sitting at 4823.31, acting as a potential demand zone. However, overhead, we see a bearish order block at 4827.68, a likely resistance ceiling the market may strive to break through or test carefully. The market is also juggling several liquidity pools, especially the equal highs around 4827.80 and 4826.87, which can act as magnetic targets. Remember, the current EA version is in live demo testing for optimizing performance. If you choose to mirror these observations, remember proper risk management is key. Ensure discipline triumphs over emotion, and always validate entries with personal price action analysis. Meanwhile, what do you think might happen if the market breaks above that 4827.68 level? Let's keep our eyes peeled. Here's what's happening, traders. We're live on XAUUSD and the regime is trending upwards, but we're currently in a sideways consolidation market phase. This is a classic signal for potential volatility ahead. Let me break this down with some hard technical facts. The ADX sits at a neutral 16.1, and with an RSI at 41.2, we're seeing a lack of strong momentum on either side. The ATR indicates zero volatility, and the EMA alignment suggests we're sideways, confirming the current consolidation state. Bollinger Bandwidth is picking up at 2.06, hinting that we might soon experience some breakout action. Now for my second opinion, with a bullish order block at 4823.31 acting as a strong bank floor, any sustained hold here can trigger a significant bullish advance. But caution, the advisor indicates a bull trap scenario, so I'm watching for a change of character, chalk for confirmation. This means the institutional money might be ready to play a trick, a potential bull trap. On your level analysis radar, the bearish order blocks at 4827.68 and 4829.6 are key ceilings, potentially teeming with accumulated sell orders, while those inefficiencies in the fair value gaps, particularly around 482069, are ripe for filling. While there are no active positions, the system is scanning with 100% confidence, waiting for that perfect setup. Is your radar locked onto price action to confirm or refute what we're seeing here? Let's get those questions rolling. Alright traders, we're live and navigating choppy waters with XAUUSD today. Here's what's happening. The regime indicates a trend down, but interestingly, we're on pause in a sideways consolidation phase. Let's break this down technically. We've got an ADX at a mild 16.1, pointing to low momentum, while the RSI at 38.7 hints at weak seller control, but no oversold condition just yet. Notice how the ATR is flatlining. Expect muted volatility. The EMA alignment tells us we're stuck sideways, and the Bollinger Bands are narrow, confirming doldrums. Now, for my forensic interpretation, despite the bearish overlay, we're seeing an institutional trap. The system flagged a bullish sweep as the big players engineer stops under key lows. Classic liquidity hunting. Our current setup advises to watch for a swift chop upwards if trigger conditions align. Diving into the SMC levels, pay sharp attention to the bullish order block at 4823.31. It's an institutional demand barrier that could support surges. Plus, magnetically attractive liquidity pools EQL at 4822.42 and various fair value gaps above marked potential reversal zones. Though we're idling without new trades currently, adhere to the golden rule. The EA's in live demo testing. Always trade with risk management, discipline, and verify these cues with your chart before diving in. What setups are you spotting on your screens? Share your thoughts in the chat. Here's what's happening, traders. The EA is actively navigating a trend down regime, and it's just punched in a fresh sell position at 4822.14. Let me break this down from a technical standpoint. Technical briefing. We're running a bearish sweep under an active bearish trend. The ADX is lukewarm at 18.0, indicating modest directional strength, while the RSI of 38.1 hints that the momentum is leaning southward. A low volatility backdrop is set. The Bollinger Bands are tight. Crucially, the fast EMA sits below the slow EMA at 4823.88 to 4825.95, showing a sideways, bearish bias. Expert opinion. The advisor suggests we've hit a bullish trap where savvy institutions have sucked in long positions, only to pull the rug out. Expect quick institutional clawbacks north if the price nuances into their range. Level analysis. Keep your gaze on those key levels, especially the bearish order blocks around 4827.68 and 4829.93, significant institutional barriers. There's a bullish order block at 4823.31, a zone where prices might react should buying pressure emerge. Additionally, numerous liquidity levels above and below the current price serve as magnetic targets. Price is flirting around 4822.19, slightly south of our entry, with a floating P&L negative at -1.39. Target 1 lies at 48.7.43, right where the strategy eyes a juicy exit. Watch how this unfolds. We're on an adventure against the ebb and flow of institutional plays. Remember, version 1 of the EA paves its live demo pathway. Harness risk, wield discipline, and verify signals. What's your view on this wicked dance between gravity's beckon and opportunity's allure? Absolutely, a viewer. Great to have you with us. Here's what's happening with our open position right now. The EA executed a sell trade at an entry price of 4822.13. Currently, the market is trading at 4899.49, so we're sitting on a floating profit of $14.81. Remember though, the system has its sights on several targets. Our target 1 is at 4817.43, so we're getting closer. Always exciting times in the markets. Do you have any questions about the market setup or levels we're focusing on? Here's what's happening, traders. The system just initiated a short sell position at 4822.14, even within a broader trend-up regime. Let me break this down. Despite the overarching bullish structure indicated by our smart money concepts, we're seeing a short-term bearish order flow, highlighted by a bearish break of structure, BOS. This is indicative of a deeper retracement within the trend. Technical briefing. The ADX is at 24.6, signaling a neutral strength, and with the RSI below the 50 level at 44.1, we're catching that downward momentum. The EMA alignment suggests we are in a sideways motion with an overall trend volatility expansion, as reflected by a BB width of 3.8. Forensic interpretation. There's a bullish trap in play here, with banks engineering a liquidity sweep under the recent lows. Look for the price to reverse soon. The trap may trigger an accelerated upward move. Level analysis. A key institutional supply barrier lies slightly above at 482768, which may act as a pressure point. Watch closely as this trade aims to hit target 1 at 48743. Current hunting bias. Team, fascinating stuff. Despite the existing bullish H1 bias and trend up regime, the current analytical configuration has led us to a sell hunt. We're in a short play amidst a potential market turbulence. Stay alert while the market unfolds this story. Remember, the current EA version is a work in progress, and if you're engaged in copy trading, adopt risk management and validate each move. How do you feel about navigating these bearish waters in an uptrend? Alright team, here's what's happening in the XAUUSD market. We're in a trend down regime with consolidation, meaning the market is seeking direction, but our hunting bias remains firmly sell. Let's break down the technicals. ADX is at 20.8, indicating neutrality and momentum. Our RSI at 35.7 leans bearish. Fast EMA at 40.21.29 shows the wave is still evolving, while low volatility is depicted by a narrow Bollinger Bands width of 4.21. Watch for a squeeze. Now let's dive into the forensic interpretation. The system is keenly observing the market filling an institutional magnet or fair value gap, FVG gap. These inefficiencies often find equilibrium, and prices tend to stabilize post-fill. Keep an eye on the bearish order block at 4820.02, where institutions could fiercely protect their turf. In terms of level analysis, notice significant order blocks around 4825.68 and liquidity pools at levels like 4824.8. These are magnetic targets where liquidity could be swept. Our hunting bias is clear, already gearing for sell entries. The last trade, a short sell at 4822.11, was gracefully closed, capturing a solid profit. Remember, markets always provide lessons, so track these levels closely. What's your next question for AutoTrader 247? Let's keep the learning going. Alright team, let's unfold the drama on the gold chart. Despite operating in a trend-up regime, our market is currently stuck in sideways consolidation, a tug-of-war where the institutions are clearly playing chess, not checkers. Technical briefing. The ADX is at 21.2, signaling a tugging neutral trend. The RSI sits at a cautious 45.4. Notice how the ATR is at 0.0, meaning price action is significant but unexciting, a classic sign of consolidation. The EMA alignment is indeed sideways, and the Bollinger Bands are showing us some volatility brewing. We're witnessing a bear trap setup, so we're on standby for any change of character, moves. Expert opinion. Here's where things get spicy. The EA just closed a sell position from an entry at 4822.11. We didn't see a broader breakout, but we've banked a bit with a last closed P&L of 826. As per the advisor, we're leaning against a strong bank ceiling at 4820.02, an institutional barrier that's ripe to test the bulls if they dare push. Level analysis. Focus your lenses on the bearish order blocks at 4820.02 and higher up at 4825.28. These are institutional footprints that command respect. Keep an eye too on the EQH at 4824.8, a magnetic liquidity point that can act like a honeypot for price. Currently, our hunting bias is locked on buy entries only. Despite the consolidation, this trend-up regime suggests it's only a matter of time before the bulls flex their muscles. The battle lines are drawn. Will sellers hold the line, or are we setting up for a bullish breakout? What do you think? Here's what's happening, team. We're in a trend-down regime right now, but we've hit a bit of a consolidative phase, a sideways grind, if you will. The system just wrapped up a sell position entry at 4822.11. It's all about precision with AutoTrader 247. Technical briefing. Our ADX is at 70.7, indicating a weak trend presence, while RSI sits at 37.1. It signals the market's somewhat bearish demeanor. With the ATR at 0.0 and BB width at a low 3.87, volatility is currently snug, hinting at low energy, prime time for consolidation. Forensic interpretation. The bulls have engineered a classic institutional trap by sweeping the bullish stops under the recent lows. Smart money may be licking their chops, preparing for an abrupt upward reversal after wiping those stops. Level analysis. Watch the bearish order block at 4825.28, a formidable institutional supply barrier. We also have a bullish sweep at 487.87 that cooked things up earlier. Expect potential swift moves emanating from these key areas. Bias declaration. Although the technical bias is showing a sell, our H1 bias is bullish, a good reminder of the dual-layered approach. Remain vigilant, anything could happen. Given this mix, spice your trading with caution. The system's awaiting further developments before it acts. So here's the million. All right, team, here's what's happening. We've just witnessed the closing of a sell position that was strategically entered at... All right, traders, let's break down the latest play in our XAUUSD scenario. Here's what's happening. All right, team, here's the exciting news. AutoTrader 247 just detected a regime change to a trend up, which means we're shifting gears from a recent sell play. Our last sell entry at 4822.11. All right, gold enthusiasts, gather round because we've got an intriguing situation unfolding live with the AutoTrader 2. Here's what's happening. All right, traders, let's dive into the play-by-play of what's just unfolded on the XAUUSD grid. The system has just exited a sell position, which was initiated near 4822. All right, folks, let's dive right into this thrilling moment. The EA just closed a successful sell position with an entry at 48.22, leveraging it. All right, team, we've got some exciting action unfolding in the gold market right now. The EA has just registered a regime change trend up event, signaling a shift in market conditions. Let me break down what's happening here. Technical briefing. On the technical side, ADX Alright team, let's break this down live on XAUUSD. Here's what's happening. We've just closed a short sell at an entry price of 48.22.11 in a trend down regime, textbook execution. This sell was likely aligned with the bearish institutional levels, and we're now waiting on the sidelines, scrutinizing market logic for the next masterpiece move. The technical briefing. The ADX is showing a neutral vibe at 18.6, signaling that the market isn't heavily directional. Solid move to have closed. The RSI flirts around the 48.8 marks, indicating indecision within this sideways phase. Our EMA alignment confirms a bearish slant, although we're not seeing much volatility with our Bollinger Bands at a mere width of 3.1. The expert opinion. Let me decode this for you. The system spotted a potential bearish trap earlier. This stop-loss sweep hints at banks playing chess, capturing liquidity above the highs, a classic institutional trap. Now we expect a quick reversal downward, as they usually do after such a sweep. Level analysis. Hot targets include an order block overhead at 48.25.28 and significant inefficiencies or fair value gaps around 48.21.13. These can act like magnets drawing price. Key magnetic targets in terms of liquidity engineering are Alright traders, let's dive into here's what's happening team. We've just witnessed a classic institutional volley. The system recently closed a short sell entry at 48.22.11 in alignment with our trend down regime. Here's what's unfolding, folks. We've just witnessed a pivotal pivot in our trading narrative. The event that just triggered is regime change trend up, following the closure of a sell position at an entry price of 48.22.11. This marks a significant transition in momentum, and the price actions are setting the stage for impressive market theater. Let's break it down technically. The ADX is clocking in at 31, indicating a strong trend strength. Our RSI is holding at a neutral 54.9, suggesting room for both momentum continuation and reversal potential. While the fast EMA sits just shy of the slower EMA, we are seeing that divergence narrow, hinting a shift in trend dynamics is afoot. The Bollinger Band width is expanding at 2.9, revealing an uptick in volatility, a precursor for potential explosive movements. For a forensic interpretation, the banks have possibly orchestrated what appears as the bearish trap, where liquidity was engineered and swept above recent highs, a classic institutional tactic to absorb early sellers before driving prices upward. On the SMC level analysis, watch that bearish order block around 48.25.28. It's likely serving as a temporary cap, but it's the liquidity pools above and below, especially the EQH at 48.27.8, that might steer the market next. They're the magnetic zones likely to guide price action from here. Team, we are hunting for buy entries only right now. The institutional bias and momentum aligned have tilted our scales toward bullish pursuits as we await the next golden price setup. With the EA's prowess on show, I'm keen to see how these technical indicators will guide us next. What are your thoughts? A break for bullish continuation, or will those bearish levels hold? At XAUUSD, great to have you with us. I see why you're eager about buying, especially with our tech bias currently set to buy and the H1 bias registering as bullish. However, let me lay down the facts first. Here's what's happening from a technical perspective. Our ADX is at 42, indicating a strong trend, and the RSI at 64.1 shows we're nearing overbought conditions. Even though we're in a trend-up regime, the market phase is showing sideways last consolidation, suggesting a potential deep pullback or phase transition. The EMA configuration is bearish, hinting at potential resistance in the short term. Let's dig deeper into the SMC levels. We see a bearish order block at 48.2568, which might act as an institutional ceiling you're looking to break. We also have the equal highs EQH at 48.24.86, a classic liquidity engineering tactic that may draw in stop hunts. According to our advisor, we're witnessing a bearish trap as institutions just swept the stop losses above. This usually ends in a fast reversal downwards. Therefore, while conditions seem bullish, the system is still in a wait-and-watch mode given the current consolidation. Team, we are hunting for buy entries only right now, but remember, this is demo testing version 1, so please use disciplined risk management and verify with your own price action strategies. What's your take on this trap play at XAUUSD? All right, team, let's dive into what's unfolding right now. The EA has All right, team, here's what's unfolding right now with XAUUSD. At this moment, we're witnessing a robust bull trend. The ADX is sitting comfortably at 28.6, indicating a strong trend presence, with bulls holding the upper hand. RSI at 63.6 supports this upward trajectory, while EMAs align sideways, hinting at volatility, but pointing towards potential momentum bursts. The Bollinger Bands are widening, confirming increased volatility. What we have here is a situation loaded with complexity, a classic institutional trap. The liquidity sweep above has wiped out retail stops, often leading to a rapid reversal. However, with our current bullish break of structure, smart money is hinting at entering bullish positions, but not before some trickery. Level analysis. Pay attention to that bullish order block at 4828.29. This is an institutional line in the sand. As we monitor the price navigating through these layers, those liquidity levels, especially the engineered highs around 4824.86, may act as magnets. Bias declaration. We're currently hunting for buy entries, confirmed by both the technical Here's what's happening, folks. The EA has just fired a crucial event, regime change trend down. This marks an important moment where we've officially shifted gears into a downtrend. Exciting times. Let's break it down step by step. Step 1, the technical briefing. Our ADX stands at 23.3, showing a relatively neutral trend strength right now. The RSI is hovering around 54.5, indicating a slight bullish momentum, but nothing conclusive against the dominant bearish sentiment. The ATR is virtually zero, highlighting low volatility, folks. All right, team, let's dive into the data. As of now, we're in an active trend up regime on gold, with the system scanning opportunities. Here's what's happening. All right, traders, listen up. We've just witnessed, ladies and gentlemen, here's what's just unfolded. All right, team, it's time to dive into some thrilling live commentary on the XAUUSD market. Here's what's happening with the gold chart right now. All right, traders, the Auto Trader 247 has just activated an exciting new phase, the regime change trend up. Here's what's happening right now. Ladies and gentlemen, buckle up. Auto Trader 247 just detected a pivotal shift. Regime change trend up has fired in the midst of an active bull trend. Here's what's happening. Technical briefing. Our indicators are lining up for bullish action. With the ADX at 21.6, we're spotting a slight edge towards buyers, though it's still All right, ladies and gentlemen, here's what's happened. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in. All right, folks, this is trading action we live for. Our EA has fired a regime change to trend down. All right, team, buckle up. We've got a fascinating scenario on our hands. Here's what's happening. We're in a trend up regime, yet the market is showing an active trend bearish phase with a change of character favoring the bears. This situation spells a deep pullback or a potential phase transition, which is where... All right, traders, buckle up. All right, team, attention everyone. This is a pivotal moment. The EA just flagged. All right, team, here's what's cooking in XAUUSD right now. We're witnessing a fascinating setup under a trend-up regime with the market phase showing an active trend. The structure has just shifted into a bearish, signaling a potential change in character. Now let me break down the technicals for you. Firstly, here's what's happening right now, traders. We just had a significant event. The EA initiated a new buy trade in the midst of a no-trade regime, defying the usual protocol with a daring move. Let's break it down. Technical briefing. With an ADX at 17.9, we're seeing a neutral trend strength, accompanied by an RSI hovering at 52.9. Great to see you here, viewer. Let's dive into the action. Our system currently holds a buy position on XAUUSD, entered at 48.2583. Right now, we're oscillating at a current price of 48.29.8 with a floating profit. Breaking news, traders. The Auto Trader 247 has just executed a strategic maneuver by initiating a buy position despite the overarching trend down regime. Here's what's happening right now. Entry fired at 4826.22, bringing a stop loss securely stationed at 48118. All right, team. Ladies and gentlemen, attention. We've just witnessed a monumental shift. Event regime change trend down has fired. The system detected an opportunity to capitalize on a bullish move within a dominant downtrend scenario. Let me break this down. We're currently in a trend down regime, but our last trade was a strategic buy entry at 4826.22, with stops placed carefully at 4818.50. The system is eyeing three targets. Target 1 at 4834.14, Target 2 at 4841.96, and the ultimate run towards Target 3 at 4849.78. This maneuver suggests an institutional trap aftermath, banks wiping out stop losses to springboard prices upwards temporarily. For those eyeing strategic levels, notice the nearby bullish order block at 4823.5 acting as a robust demand zone, and several high-level liquidity pools around 4820 and 4827 area, which could act as magnetic targets for price. Given this setup, our current hunting bias remains sell, despite picking a tactical buy amidst an active bull phase due to a potential bearish sweep setup, indicating a likely reversal following an engineered stop sweep. Keep your eyes peeled as this dance between the market forces unfolds. Stay engaged, and as always, remember, the EA is in live demo testing. Trade with caution and ensure rigorous risk management. How do you guys feel about these strategic plays in a trend down market? Are you catching those traps? All right, a viewer, let's talk about our current position. As it stands, we have a buy trade that was entered at 4825.83 with a stop loss set at 4818.5. Now, decision-making data are fascinating here. We're seeing a bearish market structure break, indicating a potential reversal, yet the immediate trend is heading up. Classic institutional tactics at play. We're currently trading around the 48.25.52 mark with a small floating loss of -349. Not to worry though, the excitement lies ahead as we target three lucrative levels. Target 1 is at 4834.14, target 2 at 4841.96, and target 3 at 4849.78. Keep those levels in mind as they align with our higher level bullish bias. Remember, this EA is in live demo testing, so insights here are all about understanding the big players' tactics. Always check price action for valid entry. How do you guys feel about institutional traps and market manipulation? Let's keep the conversation going. A viewer, thanks for tuning in. Let's dive into the numbers and see how our open position is performing. Right now, the system executed a buy order at 4825.83, with the stop loss strategically set at 4818.50. Our first target, TP1, is sitting up there at 4834.14, a classic play to capture that magnetic liquidity just a little higher. Currently, with the price floating around 4828.09, we've got a nice floating profit of about $11.93. We've already pocketed a closed profit of $8.26 from recent trades. The market's in a sideways phase amidst a general trend down regime, making it pivotal to stay nimble. Our task here is to sit back, let the logic work, and see how the market reacts to these engineered liquidity levels at 4830.33 and around other critical junctures. Remember folks, the current EA version is version 1 in live demo testing. Always verify with price action. What questions do you have about the analysis today? A viewer, great to see your interest. Our open position is a buy trade, entered at 48.25.83 with a stop loss at 48.1850. Currently, the price is hovering around 48.2180, and we're looking at a floating P&L of $25.81. Despite the market's active bearish phase, there's still potential for a trend reversal as the system detected a bullish order block near 48.2350. Our next targets are at 48.34.1, 48.41.96, and 48.49.78. Remember, we're in demo testing mode, so ensure proper risk management if you're following along. Now, what's your take on the current setup? Here's what's happening, traders. We've just witnessed a crucial event where the EA closed a buy position at an entry of 48.26.22. This occurred in a trend-up regime, but the market phase was a bearish structure with an explicit boss, a telltale sign of potential pullbacks or deeper corrections coming into play. Let me break this down. Our ADX is showing a neutral stance at 26.8, while the RSI is quite low at 35.6, indicating possible overselling pressure. With a bullish EMA alignment and rising volatility, it looks like the bears had a small victory there, managing to push down prices temporarily. The system perceived this as a bull trap, wisely waiting for a change of character, before re-engaging. Looking at our level analysis, the most prominent institutional barriers come from the bearish order block at 48.29.78, with magnetic engineered liquidity right above at EQH 4830.33. These levels are crucial battlegrounds where we could see significant tug-of-war between bulls and bears. Now team, here's our current hunting bias. We're maintaining a buy focus, even though we navigate the murky waters of a short-term bearish phase. We're watching for discounts to get back into the trend at lower risk. They could signal the start of the next leg up. So, what are your thoughts? Have you seen a similar setup before that marked a big reversal? Let's hear your insights. Alright team, exciting developments underway. The EA just initiated a key shift with the regime change trend down event while operating under a strong downtrend. Let's dissect the technical setup. 1. The technical briefing. We're in a trend down regime with a bearish sweep setup. The ADX value of 32.6 indicates a strong trend, while the RSI is neutral at 49.2. Although the fast and slow EMAs are bullishly aligned, we see low volatility reflected by a tight Bollinger Band width of 4.43. 2. The expert opinion. There's an institutional trap afoot as banks just swept the stop losses above recent highs, a textbook move to engineer liquidity. Typically, prices snap down sharply after such engineered fakeouts. 3. Level analysis. Pay close attention to the bearish order block at 4829.78. Big players are likely guarding this as a ceiling of supply. Also, a bearish fair value gap at 4827.83 may attract pricing inefficiencies. 4. Bias declaration. The hunting bias is firmly nestled into a bearish narrative. Sell soon. Despite the H1 bias being bullish, the overriding downtrend suggests we hunt for discount retracements to enter short. So while the system waits for deeper retracement opportunities, we need to remain vigilant for potential sell entries. And remember, the EA is in version 1 and live demo testing, so always integrate disciplined risk management in your trades. Now, I'd love to hear from you. What are your thoughts on spotting institutional traps in your own trading? Alright team, we've just witnessed an exciting shift in the gold market as our system triggered a regime change trend up event. This is a critical moment where we shift gears to riding that upward trend. Let me break this down for you. Alright traders, here's the action hot off the press. The system just flagged a regime change trend up event following the recent closure of a buy position at 4826.22. Let's break down what this means for the gold market right now. First, the technical landscape. Our ADX stands at 25.7, which indicates a continuing strength in trend movement despite the recent bearish swing. The RSI at 53.1 tells us we're hovering around neutrality, but here's the kicker. Our EMAs are almost stacked, hinting at potential sideways action. Volatility is rising, as shown by the expanding Bollinger Bands, which means we could be in for some sharp moves soon. Now to the juicy part. The forensic interpretation. We're witnessing what professionals term as an institutional trap, where the big players have swept out stop losses beneath those recent lows, setting up for a possible aggressive climb back up. This bearish sweep suggests that the liquidity was engineered precisely to trap sellers, with banks likely repositioning for a bullish reversal. Let's not forget the key levels here. Watch that bearish order block at 4829.78, which acts as a major supply ceiling. Simultaneously, we've got an enticing bullish order block nestled around 4877.53, functioning as a strong demand base. There's an inefficiency to fill around 4822.13, making it a magnet in the current landscape. Our current hunting bias: prepare for buy entries only, as the signal is clear. Bullish sentiment is back. We're keeping close tabs on those engineered liquidity points and order blocks as price action unfolds. So here's my question for you folks. With the current setups and market traps in mind, how do you plan to align your strategy today? Let's have a discussion while the EA continues to scan for the next move. All right, team, listen up. We've got a live event on our hands. A regime change trend up has just kicked off in the XAUUSD market. This is where things start getting thrilling. Technical briefing. Let's dive into the data. ADX stands firm at 28.3, signaling decent trend strength, while RSI is steady at 57.0, neither overbought nor oversold. The EMA alignment shows a sideways market, echoing our current sideways consolidation phase, but one key beacon flashes here, a bullish sweep SMC setup. Volatility, measured by that BB width at 3.96, is climbing, which means movement is brewing. Forensic interpretation. Now let's decode this. We're touching on a pivotal bank floor order block right around 48.2624. If this holds, we might see institutional players stepping in to initiate a bullish run. Remember, these institutional supply and demand barriers can often signal strong reversals or continuations. Level analysis. Keep your eyes peeled for key levels. Significant bullish order blocks at 48.2032 and 48.2624 are crucial. Likewise, that bearish order block around 48.30.33 could serve as a cap if we rally from here. Meanwhile, magnetic liquidity pools at 48.29.0 and fair value gaps near 48.27.26 may draw price action like a magnet. Bias declaration. As of now, our hunting bias is firmly on the buy side. The institutional bias has shifted bullishly, so brace for potential triggers signaling a move to the upside. Are you ready to spot the next big play? Keep watching and bring your questions as we dissect these market shifts together. What do you think could be the catalyst for the next leg up? Ladies and gentlemen, all right, everyone, here's what's unfolding on the gold chart right now. We've just witnessed a pivotal regime change to trend up, a significant move that's shifting the market architecture in real time. Step 1, the technical briefing. Exciting times, team. We've just witnessed a critical event, a regime change, confirming the trend down. Here's the play-by-play on what's happening. All right, team, here's what's happening. The EA just fired a regime change trend up signal, shifting us into an upward trend phase. Let's dig into the technicals. Technical briefing. The ADX stands at 28.7, indicating moderate trend strength, while the RSI at 51.1 is a neutral zone, suggesting room for directional momentum. Our EMAs are in a bullish alignment, with the fast EMA at 48.27 F7 over the slow EMA at 48.26 forward. The Bollinger Bands are widening with a 2.98 width, hinting at rising volatility. With a market phase marked as sideways consolidation, we could see more action ahead. Expert opinion. Institutions might have just engineered liquidity with the bear sweep, setting up for an upward reversal. This aligns with the advisor's commentary on potential traps. Classic institutional trap tactics could see prices reverse sharply. There's a bearish sweep indication until a change of character follows, suggesting that bears might be losing their grip. Level analysis. Keep an eye on that bearish order block around 48.30.33, a potential institutional supply zone. Below that, we have bullish order blocks stacking up around 48.24.99 and 48.26.24, ready to catch any retracements as demand reasserts itself. Bias declaration. We are currently hunting buy opportunities. The momentum is tilted bullish, aligned with the broader institutional and technical biases. Prepare those zones, folks. But remember, this isn't a direct signal, it's a strategic framework. Remember, the current EA version is version 1, and it is in live demo testing for better performance. If you copy trade on signals, make sure you trade with proper risk management, use discipline over emotion, and always verify with price action before entering a trade. What do you think? Will the bulls charge higher, or are we in for a twist? Alright team, we've just had a thrilling regime shift to range status triggered by event regime change range. This means we're entering a more methodical phase where the market will likely dance between key levels without making any clear directional moves. Here's what's happening under the hood. The EA has detected a shift, as evidenced by a bear confirmation. Despite the bearish market phase, we're now in a hold within range mode. Let me break this down. Our ADX is at a strong 59.6, indicating there's momentum, but the current RSI of 20.0 shows we're deeply oversold. The low volatility with a BB width of 6.49 supports this range play. Our EMA board shows a sideways trend, which aligns with the regime switch. Now for the expert insight, there's an institutional trap setting up. The advisor has signaled a bullish trap. Institutions have likely just engineered a liquidity sweep, taking out stop losses below the lows, designed to bait traders before a powerful reversal upwards. This is classic smart money playbook action. Looking at the levels, pay special attention to the multiple bearish order blocks, notably at 48.30.33 and 48.26.43. These serve as institutional supply barriers. On the other end, we've got various fair value gaps to watch around 48.28.77 and deep set liquidity pools, magnetic targets that attract price action at significant levels. Our current hunting bias is to wait and watch for potential scalping opportunities, given we are in a defined range regime. Potential reversion scouting from lower band levels is advisable. Remember, the current EA version is demo testing. Be disciplined and verify before acting on any insights. Keep those questions coming. Interested to know what you're seeing on your screens. Here's what's happening, team. The EA just triggered a regime change to trend down. Alright team, here's what's happening live on XAUUSD. The system just experienced a regime change trend down, highlighting a significant shift in market momentum. We're in a bearish trend, as confirmed by the break of structure BOS, putting the sellers in the driving seat. Let's break it down technically. Our ADX is smoking at 66.3, signaling a strong downward trend, and RSI is scraping 20.1, really emphasizing that we're in oversold territory, solidifying seller dominance. The EMA alignment suggests sideways action, while the Bollinger Bands tell us it's low volatility. This is the perfect setup for trapped retail traders. Remember, the market just orchestrated a bullish trap. Forensic interpretation here. We're seeing an institutional trap. Banks took out stop losses sitting beneath recent lows. We're anticipating a potential reversal as the market seeks to correct this engineered inefficiency. From our SMC levels analysis, keep an eagle eye on sequences like the bearish order blocks at 48.2614 and 48.30.33 as key resistance zones. Our hunting bias is still on the sell side, but be aware of any bouncing near engineered liquidity at levels like 48.2726, prime spots for potential reversals. The AI commentary interprets this as a moment to closely observe while the market logic is scanning. We need patience and discipline here, folks, as we dive through this bearish flow. Remember, the current EA version is a live demo. If you're following signals, ensure you practice solid risk management. Now, what do you think our next strategic move should be? Exciting update, traders. The EA has just opened a brand new sell position despite being in a no-trade regime. Here's the play-by-play. The entry point is pegged at 4812.96, with a tight stop loss sitting at 4821.01, and we've set our sights on 3 potential targets. Target 1 at 4805.03, Target 2 at 4797.04, and finally the ambitious Target 3 at 4789.05. Let's unpack this. The market logic is currently signaling a bearish order block absorption, implying we're seeing some institutional traps worthy of note. The ADX score reads at 34.6, reinforcing a strong trend condition with sellers in the lead. The RSI at 39.1 indicates a slightly oversold environment, but the low ATR of 0.0 suggests a decline in volatility, perfect conditions for a retracement play. The big indicator? We're in the middle of a bullish sweep maneuver, suggesting the banks have wiped out stop losses and are poised to spike prices downward, absorbing liquidity rapidly. For our level analysis, pay attention to that institutional supply barrier at 4814.63. It's a ceiling the big players might protect with gusto. The X factor, a bullish trap, has been laid bare, signaling that we could see a swift reversal, so keep those eyes peeled on price action. Current bias declaration. We're hunting for sell entries confirmed by the advisor stating a bullish trap is at play. Let's keep monitoring, and remember, the system is in live demo testing, aiming to optimize its logic. Keep disciplined, verify any action with your setup, and manage your risk wisely. Now what do you think, team? Could this bearish move spell a golden opportunity? Absolutely. Let's dive into that for you, a viewer. Here's what's happening with our open position. Currently, the system is holding a short sell position on gold. The entry price at 4812.98 was recently taken with a stop loss set at 4821.01. Our take profit targets are lined up at 4805.03, 4797.04, and 4789.05 respectively. As it stands, gold is sitting at approximately 4813.19, with a floating P&L showing a small unrealized loss of -2.48. We're seeing a typical institutional play here. There was a bullish trap that coaxed retail traders into the wrong direction, only for the big players to engineer a sweep. Our bias is still in sell mode as we watch how this plays out. Remember, the current EA version is in live demo testing for performance. If you attempt to copy trades, make sure to apply proper risk management. And, curious minds, what do you find challenging about identifying institutional traps? Great question, a viewer. Here's the precise lowdown on our current open position. Right now, we have a sell position open at a sizzling entry price of 4812.98. Our stop loss is protecting us above the current movement at 4821.01, while we're targeting three ambitious price levels. Target 1 at 4805.03, Target 2 at 4797.04, and the third at 4789.05. Our standing has improved. We're securing a floating profit of $6.34 as the current market price hovers at 4811.72. Remember, the current EA version is in live demo testing, so always practice proper risk management. Let's see if we can hit those targets. Quick thought for the chat. What strategies do you use to manage your risk in a trending market like this? Great question, a viewer. Let's dive into our current position. The system is tracking a short sell position, entered at 4812.98. Stop loss is set at 4821.01, and we have three targets laid out. Target 1 at 48053, Target 2 at 4797.04, and Target 3 at 4789.05. Right now, price action is at 4811.07, giving us a floating profit of $10.24. Let me break this down further. The market seemed to set an elaborate bullish trap, as noted in our advisor's insights, causing the banks to clear out stops under recent lows. Our strategy capitalizes on this institutional behavior, aiming for a fast reversal downward in alignment with our sell bias. Remember, we're in a trend down regime paired with an active bearish market phase, confirming our bearish order block and bearish fair value gaps around 4824.35 to 4829.12 as barriers to watch. The key now is monitoring how price approaches these magnetic targets or engineered liquidity levels, which might influence future price behavior. Please ensure you always trade with proper risk management if you're paralleling our signals. What do you think will happen next in this dynamic market environment? Great question, a viewer. Let's dive into the live telemetry and see how our open positions are unfolding. Here's what's happening. Currently, we have 3 open sell positions, each at an entry price of 48.12.98. Our stop loss is strategically set at 48.21 and 01. We're gunning for multiple targets, with target 1 nestled at 48.05.03, target 2 at 47.97.04, and target 3 way down at 47.89.05. Right now, the current price is hovering at 48.11.57, with a floating profit of $7.24. The trend is decisively down, backed by a robust 30.5 ADX, indicating strong trend momentum, especially with RSI showing sellers pulling ahead. According to the AI, we're witnessing a bullish trap where big players have likely engineered liquidity under recent lows, suggesting potential fast reversals could be on the horizon. Remember, we are in a sell bias regimen. It's crucial to stay disciplined and manage risk appropriately. What do you think the big players are planning next? Let's discuss it. Great question, a viewer. Let's dive into the live telemetry. Our current open position is a sell on XAUUSD, which was entered at 48.12.98. The stop loss is strategically placed at 48.21.01, and we're hunting 3 targets, with the first take profit at 48.05.03. As of now, price is sitting at 48.08.93, and we're riding a positive momentum with a floating profit of $23.08 from 0.06 active lots. The market is currently in a strong downtrend, with a bearish order flow confirmed by a break of structure, BOS, in the bearish direction. This aligns with our sell bias, and we're closely watching for any signs of those engineered liquidity pools around 48.965, while keeping an eye on any potential bearish flips or retracements. As the price approaches our first target, remember to continue learning from these setups, and as always, practice disciplined risk management. Are you ready to see if we can hit that first target soon? Great question, viewer. Let's dive into the current action. Right now, AutoTrader247 holds a short sell position at an entry of 4812.98. Our stop loss is strategically placed at 4821.01, and we're aiming for 3 profit targets, starting with TP1 at 4805.03. The price is currently ticking away at 4809.6, and I'm pleased to report a floating profit of 19.06 cents with our open lot. Remember, this move came during a strong bearish trend with an ADX of 42.4, showing that sellers currently dominate the ring. The recent break of structure signals trend confirmation in the short-term bear phase, and we're seeing trader traps unfold, a savvy sign of liquidity engineering. For now, the institutional bias remains a strong sell, so we're holding our ground. Stay engaged and always check the market structure before stepping in. What are your thoughts on handling these liquidity sweeps? Exciting news, team. The EA has just launched a new sell position under a trend down regime, spotting the perfect moment to capitalize on the current price action. Entering at 4812.96 with a stop loss set at 4821.01 for sound risk management, and we're targeting 3 levels: 4805.03, 4797.04, and 4789.05. Let's dive into the technical details to understand this move. The technical briefing. The current ADX is at 33.6, indicating a strong trend, with the RSI at 47.6, showing momentum is neither oversold nor overbought. The EMAs are bearishly aligned, enhancing this bearish sentiment, while the Bollinger Bands hint at low volatility, which often precedes bigger moves. Forensic interpretation. The system recognized a bullish trap, suggesting that larger players wiped out stop losses under the lows, a textbook institutional trap. This typically foresees a quick price reversal. The trend shift is coupled with a break of structure, BOS, in the bear direction, confirming the trend continuation at play. Level analysis. Significant levels to watch include several institutional supply barriers like the bearish order blocks at 4830.33 and 4826.14. Below us, the market may target magnetic liquidity, such as the equal lows at 4806.56. Bias declaration. Our hunting bias is for sell entries in line with the institutional insight and technical configuration. We're poised for potential downward move success, barring any unexpected reversals due to engineered liquidity. Remember, we are currently in live demo testing with version 1 of the EA. Always trade responsibly, employing strong risk management and aligning it with personal technical analysis. Are you ready to see how this unfolds? Absolutely. Let's break this down for you. We've got an active sell position humming along nicely here. The entry was pegged at 4812.98, and the current market price is trading at 4809.13. We're up in floating profit by $21.88 right now, aiming for 3 strategic targets. Our first target is locked in at 4805.03. The technical conditions are shaping up well. We've got a strong ADX reading at 33.4, signaling robust trend momentum dominated by sellers. That RSI of 42.3 supports our short bias, flirting just below neutral ground. Remember, we're focused on price moving toward that strategic bearish order block at 4812.52. Keep an eye on it as a potential reaction point. Now, what's on your mind about trading with the big players? Absolutely, viewer. Here's what's happening with our current trade. The system has a short sell position active, entered at 48.1298 with a stop loss placed at 48.21.01. As for targets, we're eyeing three, the first being 48.0503, followed by 47.104, and finally 47.8905. Right now, the price is hovering around 48.1297, and we're experiencing a slight unrealized loss of -$1.60. It's crucial to note how the price action is behaving inside this bearish order block around 48.1399, as the liquidity is being engineered, a fascinating dynamic of supply and demand balance. Remember, the current EA version is in live demo testing, so always stay disciplined, manage your risk aptly, and verify trades with price action. What potential market move do you guys think we'll see next? Viewer, let's dive into your question. Here's what's happening. Our gold trading system has an open sell position with an entry at 48.1298. We're targeting three key levels. The first target is at 48.0503, the second at 47.9704, and the third at 47.8905. The stop loss is firmly placed at 48.2101. The current price is 48.1221, which means we've slipped just below our entry. Floating P&L is sitting at a modest $3.40, but remember, with three active lots, the real dance begins as we approach those strategic targets. Our regime here is trend down, but the market phase shows a bullish break of structure, suggesting we might be in a compelling pullback phase. It's like watching an epic tug of war. As always, remember, the EA is in live demo testing. Use discipline over emotion, and please verify any signals with your own analysis if you're considering a move. Now here's a thought. What other strategies have you found effective when juggling both technical data XAUUSD247, great to have you with us. Let's dive into what's happening. Despite the active trend being down, we've just seen a break of structure, BOS, indicating a potential bullish momentum right now. Our last trade is a sell positioned at 48.1298, as we're anticipating a move lower before any significant bullish reversal, given the current regime. The ADX is at a neutral 18.4, and RSI is slightly bullish at 55.1, while EMA alignment remains bearish. This tells us there's room for volatility. Key levels include several bearish order blocks around 48.33, which might act as a ceiling for any upward movement. Conversely, the lower fair value gaps hint that the market might want to fill downward inefficiencies. And of course, the advisory text warns of an institutional trap with prices potentially reversing up quickly after a liquidity sweep. So, while the immediate BET is on the downside with a focus on selling, it's always critical to stay alert. What are your thoughts on how this might play out, XAUUSD 24/7? Great question from you, a viewer. Let's dive into the current situation with our open position. Here's what's happening. The EA currently holds a short sell position which was entered at 4812.98. Our stop loss is set at 4821.01 with 3 take profit targets at 4805.03, 4797.04, and finally 4789.05. Right now the price is at 4811.05 and we're experiencing a floating profit and loss (P&L) of $10.36. It seems we're inching closer to our first take profit target, and the system remains bullish that this is a part of a larger move. For some extra insight, the market has shown a bullish order block on the chart at 4809.09, indicating where institutional demand might pick up. Given the EA's advisory on a potential bullish trap having cleared out stop losses, the rebound upside is now quite plausible. Always remember, the current EA version is in live demo testing to enhance its accuracy. Engage with me. What patterns do you see shaping up that confirm our analysis? Great question. Let's dive into the details of our open position. As of now, hello at XAUUSD 247. Great to see your enthusiasm about the current position. Let's take a closer look. The system currently has a sell position open with an entry at 4812.98, and it's moving towards our first target, TP1 at 4805.03. Price is currently at 4809.22, and we're showing a positive floating P&L of $21.34. It's quite a robotic tango on the charts. Here's the technical breakdown. The ADX stands at 23.7, indicating a decent trend, but it's not yet a full breakaway move. RSI is at 41.2, hinting at some potential further downside. The EMA alignment is sideways, suggesting we're witnessing a consolidation phase. Meanwhile, volatility is low with a BB width of 3.87, keeping the moves tight. Forensic interpretation. We appear to be in the middle of an institutional trap, where we've just witnessed a potential bullish sweep, or a trap designed to get those eager longs out before a reversal. Institutional players absorb liquidity here and then often shift the market rapidly in the opposite direction. On the level front, watch for significant bearish order blocks around 48.13.99 and 48.14.47. These act as ceilings where larger players might defend their positions. Our hunting bias is clearly sell. The regime is trend down, matching our active market phase. So, it's all about patience now. Will that first target hit soon? That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? Stay tuned and let me know if you have any more questions. Great question. Let's dive into the action with our open position. The EA has initiated a short sell at an entry price of 48.12.98. We've set a stop loss at 48.21.01, with our three-pronged profit targets lined up at 48.05.03, 47.97.4, and 47.89 respectively. As of now, the current price hovers around 48.11.2, giving us a floating profit of $9.46. This means we're in favorable territory, moving closer toward our first target. Bear in mind, this is happening in a trend-down regime, where we're strategically navigating through low volatility but bearish momentum as indicated by our ADX and EMA alignments. Chat, we're hunting for sell entries only, as our bias remains locked on sell-side strategies. Keep watching how the price tests our institutional supply barriers, especially near 48.47. If you have more questions, feel free to ask. What do you think of today's market dynamics? Great question, viewer. Let's dive into that update on our open position. Right now, the system is holding a short position, entered at 4812.98, with a stop loss sitting up at 4821.01. We're targeting three profit zones. The first at 4805.03, the second at 4797.04, and the third at 4789.05. As it stands, the current price is hovering around 4813.24 sen, putting us slightly in the red with a floating P&L of -2.78. Here's what's happening under the surface. We're in a trend down regime, intending to align with institutional moves. But note, we're currently in a sideways consolidation phase, suggesting liquidity is waiting to be unlocked. Our ADX is neutral at 20.2, indicating low trend strength. In this mixed market environment, patience is key, as we're likely seeing some liquidity engineering at play with our swing levels. Now let me throw a question back to you. What indicators or setups do you find most reliable when navigating a consolidating market like this? Let's keep the conversation flowing. Great question, viewer. Let's dive into our current trade. We have a live sell position open on XAUUSD with an entry at 4812.98. Right now, the current price is sitting at 4812.17, giving us a small floating profit of 382 cent. Our stop loss is at 4821.01, while we're aiming for three targets. The first target is at 4805.03, a focal point for potential profit realization. Here's the kicker. We're navigating through a sideways consolidation phase, even though the trend regime is down. What this suggests is market indecision, perfect for striking when a breakout emerges. The ADX is quite neutral at 15.1, so momentum hasn't picked up pace just yet. We're closely observing those magnetic targets like the bullish order block at 4810.57 and the engineered equality highs at 48.88. These are potential ceilings and zones TAs love to talk about. Remember, this is a demo testing environment. Proper risk management is your best friend. Stay tuned, and what's everyone else's reading on these institutional footprints today? Absolutely, viewer. Let's dive into the status of our open position. The system currently has 3 sell trades active, and we're holding 0.06 lots overall. The entry price for these trades kicked in at 48.12.98. Right now, price levels are dancing around 48.15.53, resulting in a floating P&L of -$16.52. Let's break this down. The key target to watch is 48.05.03, which is our first take profit level. The sell bias is clear, but the current challenging part is that we've hit resistance above our entry point. The ADX is neutral at 19.6, suggesting there's not a strong trend push at the moment. So it's a classic case of patience and risk management while we wait to see if the bearish sweep we've detected helps move things in our favor. Always remember, market situations can change rapidly, so stay agile and keep a keen eye on those levels. How does this strategy resonate with your trading approach? Great question, viewer. Let's dive right into the progress update on our open position. We currently have an active sell position on XAUUSD with an entry at 48.12.98 and a stop loss set at 48.21.01. We're targeting 3 take profits: 48.05.03, 47.97.4, and 47.89.05. The market is in a bullish regime, which means we're trading against the primary trend here, something seasoned traders might do in an active correction phase. Right now, the price is at 48.16.42, with a floating P&L showing NIDR 21.86, indicating we're slightly in the red. Remember, trading is a game of probabilities, and even strong setups can have pullbacks. Our trend indicators show a strong bullish order block hovering around 48.13.97, serving as a formidable resistance area. Let's watch closely and see if the price action rolls over to fill our downside targets. Would anyone like to analyze another level of interest? Great question, viewer. Let's dive into the action. Currently, we have 3 open sell positions, each entered at 48.1298. Our stop loss is positioned at 48.2101, with our first target sitting down at 48.05 row 3. Right now, it looks like we're in a bit of a churn, with the current price ticking up to 48.1759, showing a floating loss of 28.88. It's important to note such fluctuations, as they are typical of market dynamics. The ADX sits strong at 35.7, signaling there's a robust trend still at play, but this upward RSI at 66.0 suggests we might be witnessing a bit of resistance we're anticipating to pivot. Remember, the prevailing hunting bias here is buy, according to the smart money footprints detected, suggesting this is a potential pullback in the broader uptrend. Patience and strategy are key in trades like these. Why do you think markets always find ways to teach new surprises? Hi there. Let's get into our current trade. We have an active sell position, initiated at 48.1298, with a stop loss placed at 48.2101. We're targeting 3 levels, starting with target 1 at 48.0503. Currently, the price is at 48.60.79, and we're seeing a slight floating loss of 24.48 cents with 0.06 lots in play. Now, looking at our technical setup, we are in a trend up regime, yet we've positioned ourselves on a bearish pivot. The key here lies in our focus on a bearish sweep in play, with smart money targeting the lower liquidity pools as price ranges. Keep absorbing these dynamics, especially around institutional barriers and liquidity flows, to polish your own analytical acumen. Remember, we're in demo mode, so use this as a learning experience. Your trading can only benefit from keeping emotions in check and verifying these concepts live. What part of smart money concepts interests you the most? Alright traders, we just had a significant event. The system detected a regime change trend up, yet it's poised in a sell position. Let me break this down for you. Here's what's happening. The EA made a Alright team, ladies and gentlemen, the EA has just executed a strategic move during this dynamic market phase. Even though we're in a trend up regime, it has strategically Alright traders, we have breaking news as the EA has just executed a position. Here's what's happening. The EA fired a short sell position at an entry price of 48.1296. We're looking at a stop loss solidly placed up at 48.2101, while we're targeting 3 dynamic profit levels. Target 1 at 48.0503, target 2 at 47.9704, and the final one at a deep 47.8905. Currently, the market is showing us a trend down regime, with the ADX at a neutral 23.4 confirming that sellers have a slight edge. Notice the CHACH character change to a bearish mode, indicating a shift in market sentiment. In these moments, institutional scale moves often manifest, so watch closely as we track these levels. Now diving into the significant SMC levels, we're riding below a key bearish order block at 48.1809. Mark this as a tight institutional supply barrier. Plus, bulls fair value gaps around 48.1005 through 48.1165 add layers of inefficiency that the market may retrace towards before diving deeper. Our bias in this context? We are hunting for sell opportunities only, given our active bear trend phase. Remember, this is a learning moment. Keep an eye on the evolving price action while remaining disciplined with your risk management. The market is live and dynamic. It's time to watch and learn from the institutional plays unraveling before us. What market moves do you anticipate next? Hey there, viewer. Certainly, let's dive into the live action on our current open position. Here's what's happening. We are in a short sell position with an entry at 48.1298. Now, the current price is hovering around 48.1430, and we're sitting on a floating loss of $9.14 across our active lots. Our stop loss is set higher at 48.2101, ensuring a disciplined risk management approach. This position is ideologically aligned with the broader technical bias that's showing a buy sentiment, which suggests we're in the midst of some opposing pressures. However, given that the institutional footprint is trending bearish, there might be a deeper liquidity maneuver at play. Keep your eyes on key fair value gaps around 48.1069 and critical liquidity levels, as they might serve as magnetic targets. The technique here might just capture a reversal from these elevated price levels. Remember, all our trades during this demo phase emphasize risk awareness and strategic learning. Have any other questions about the setup? Let's keep the dialogue going. Alright traders, exciting moment here. We've just witnessed a regime change with the system detecting a trend up signal. However, intriguingly, the EA fired off a sell trade despite the upward trend indication, a testament to the complexity and finesse of smart money concepts. Let me break this down for you. The trade was executed with an entry at 48.1296, aiming for comprehensive targets at TP1, 4805.03, TP2, 4797.4 SPOR, and 4789.5, while our stop loss is securely set at 4821.01. Technically, we've just observed a break of structure in a bearish context, despite the trend shift, signaling that institutional players might be engineering liquidity to catch retail traders off guard, what we like to call an institutional trap. Our ADX sits at a neutral 17.5, indicating sideways momentum, while the RSI at 57 is neither overbought nor oversold, ensuring our execution logic remains steady. With the current price at 4816.15 and some floating P&L of minus to 20.24, we're right in the heart of decision-making territory. The system is on the lookout for these inefficiencies to fill back near institutional demand barriers, and given the mix of bearish sweeps, be prepared for some market juggling as we approach targets. Our hunting bias remains buy, despite this tactical sell, highlighting just how nuanced these setups are. Keep an eye out for movement around high-interest levels like the bearish order block at 48.1829, potentially a line in the sand. Remember, the EA is in a live demo phase, so exercise proper risk management and verify with price action before jumping into a trade. What are your thoughts on the current market dynamics? Any questions about what we're seeing here? Let's keep it dynamic. Great question. Thanks for asking, viewer. Here's what's happening with our open trading position right now. We currently have a short sell open on XAUUSD. The entry price was locked in at 48.1298 with a stop loss set at 48.21.01. Our system is gunning for 3 targets. Target 1 is placed at 48.503, target 2 at 47.97.4, and target 3 at 47.89.05. As of now, the market price is at 4860.55, meaning we're navigating through a bit of drawdown with a floating P&L of approximately -22.64. Notably, the environment is a trend up with a bullish break of structure, a hint that we're in a deep pullback scenario after recent bullish activity. The ADX is neutral at 21.6, indicating trend strength isn't overly dominant, while the RSI supports a slight bullish bias at 57.6. We're patiently observing to see if price action gravitates towards these key objective targets. Remember, AutoTrader 247 is in its version 1 demo testing phase, so it's crucial to trade with proper risk management. Stay disciplined and always validate with your price action reading before making any moves. Stay engaged. The market could shift swiftly. What do you find most challenging about interpreting these technical indicators? All right, team. Ladies and gentlemen, exciting news. The EA has just detected a regime change trend. Ladies and gentlemen, we have some exciting action on the board. The EA just triggered an event, regime change trend up, right in the midst of a broader trend down regime. Let me break this down for you. Here's what's happening. The system opened a short sell position at 4812.98 with a stop loss standing guard at 4821.01. We've set our eyes on 3 profit tiers. Target 1 at 485.03, target 2 at 4797.04, and target 3 895. Now diving into the technicals, the ADX stands at 17.8, indicating a market with low trend strength, while we're observing a neutral RSI at 52.2. Our EMAs are sliding sideways, highlighting a bit of market indecision. However, it's crucial to note we're concurrently experiencing BOS to the upside, hinting at bullish momentum peeking through this bearish veil. On the SMC level front, the EA is scanning a myriad of institutional supply-demand barriers, particularly near 4810.04 and 4818.09. Moreover, we're keeping a keen eye on a cluster of bearish liquidity sweeps up around 486.36, which are engineered liquidity points likely to attract price action. Despite hunting under sell bias due to the overarching trend-down regime, we should remain cautious. This conflict in biases suggests potential high-volatility moments, ideal for skilled observation, but risky without disciplined strategy. This market is finely balanced right now. Chat, how do you think these dynamics will unfold today? Let's dive deeper together. Hello there, viewer. Let's dive into the progress update on our current open position. We've got 3 active sell trades simultaneously working. The entry price was at 48.12.98, with a stop loss securely placed at 48.21.01. We're aiming for 3 take profit levels. Target 1 at 48.053, target 2 at 47.97.04, and our ultimate destination, target 3, at 47.89.05. As of this moment, the current price sits at 48.16.38, which means we're experiencing a bit of a pullback, with our floating P&L standing at around $21.62. The market is showcasing a bullish temporary phase as it's moved upward against our trend structure. But remember, these pullbacks are quite normal in the broader downtrend regime. Keep in mind, the EA has been set to remove emotions from this methodical progression, and we're watching for those levels to hit. A quick reminder, folks, that the system is in live demo testing, so always remember proper risk management. What are your thoughts on these market conditions? Great question. Let's dive into the current position with precision. The system has opened a short sell position at an entry price of 48.12.98. Here's what's happening on the ground. Our stop loss is guarded up at 48.21.01, and we've strategically plotted our targets with TP1 at 48.53, TP2 at 47.97.04, and the final one, TP3 at 47.89.05. As of now, the price is hovering at 48.11.6, and we're riding a floating profit of $10.3. Chat, This is where smart money concepts come alive. We might be witnessing an institutional trap or perhaps some order block absorption. We'll see which narrative unfolds. As always, remember that AutoTrader247 is in live demo testing. If you copy these signals, ensure you exercise proper risk management and confirm with personal analysis. Now, considering the current market phase, what are your thoughts on the potential movement next? Great to hear from you, viewer. Here's the scoop on our current position. Here's what's happening, team. Just a moment ago, our EA wrapped up a sell trade, capturing market momentum right in this ongoing trend down regime. The position was entered at 4812.96, and this closure signals a strategic moment as our trusty EA locks in profit